สวัสดีครับ Okay. Good morning, everyone. How about last night? It's okay. It's good memory, right? It's like with raining. Yesterday we have a long adventure from in the morning until at around midnight, right? It's very nice. So today, due to yesterday we have the problem about time limited with one presentation because someone is used more long time. For today, every presentation is up to maybe 20 minutes. When you start to present, when go to 10 minutes, I will show this one. That means it's okay, right? It's safe. And the next one is a caution, 5 minutes. And last one is 3 minutes. You have to wrap up to keep the time for a next person. After that, it's time's up, but you still talk. I will tell the staff to take the microphone wire out, right? It's okay? Okay, this is the rule. So the time will start when the presenter is start to talk. It's okay. Okay, because we have the schedule online, so this time it will be fine. It's okay. So in this morning, we are going to the session number 4. So this session, I would like to invite Dr. Sutikno Satutomo to be the presiding officer for this session. Dr. Sutikno, please. Okay.
Thank you, Jay. Very good morning to all of you. I hope you have a good sleep last night. I know some of you cannot sleep because of the dancing. Get tired with the dancing. So now we move into the session 4, which is still country report. And as you remember yesterday, we had 2 presentations which is delayed to today. That is Malaysia and Thailand. And then on top of that, we have review of yesterday by Carol, plus country report by PNG and Vietnam. Yeah. So we have 4 country report today, and the summary review of yesterday. No, Jay just mentioned to you that he will start strictly on time because of the delay. If you drag on, then the whole probably you need to go not on Friday but Saturday or Sunday, going back home. Okay. So without further ado, I would like to invite Carol to give the overview or review of the yesterday discussion and presentation. Please, Carol. Thank you very much.
Dr. Sutikno. Okay, so hello. Yep, that works. So we're going to recap of day 1. So hopefully you got your cards. If there's any entomologists or plant pathologists you'd like some cards, come and see me. To also help with your review, okay, I have a tray of goodies here, and if you answer correctly, you can get to choose from the tray. So without further ado, first question, Mbosi here has got the microphone. Okay, what year did the STDF project start? Hands up. If you can remember, hands up, hands up. Oh, Marilyn's hands up first. 2017.
2017.
Oh, no, wrong answer. Oh, hands up, hands up.
Hands up.
Yeah.
2016.
Yes, 2016. We might have to, I might get Rosie to hand that, or we might need another volunteer. There you go, choose. Okay, excellent. 2016 officially started. 2017, the activities started. Next question, what does STDF stand for? Hands up.
Woohoo.
STDF. Hands up. Oh, yes, Mr. Chahuni. Mr. Chahuni put his hands up.
Chunhee.
Chunhee. Chunhee.
development
Yep.
standard trade development facilitation.
Standard
Facility.
and trade.
Yeah.
Let's see. Standard and trade development. Oh, excellent. You get to pick a prize.
Thank you.
Okay. Question
Which one?
3.
You go with this one, right?
Whose logo is that? Oh, was Vati? Were you going to? No. Who knows who's and what the APARI stands for? Who? Oh, we got. Okay, what? Miss? No. Down here. Vietnam. What does APARI stand for? Okay. We have Mr. Somkit.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay. We have hands up in the air so both you can see.
wait.
Go. Okay, APARI.
Yes. Asia Pacific Association of Agricultural Research Institution.
Yes, excellent. So you get to pick a prize. Okay, question 4. What does One Health mean? We talked about it. APARI, we're talking about One Health. It's a new term I'm seeing. Does anyone know what One Health means? So One Health. Does anyone want to guess what they think One Health means? Is that Oi? No? Okay. If I say that One Health includes WAH, W-A-H, and also IPPC, they're involved in the whole One Health. Marilyn?
Animal and human diseases, I think.
That's 2. There's one more. Animal, human.
Plants.
Oh, very good. Yes, so One Health, animal, plant, sometimes they say environmental health and human health. So it's a new thing the UN seems to be doing now, taking about all encompassing. Okay, number 5. So from Dr. Ian's talk, can you name a pest or disease targeted by Australia's national surveillance system? Think about all the ones Dr. Ian was talking about, some of our systems we have in Australia. It doesn't matter. 1, 2, go. Okay, that's it.
Fruit fly, locust.
Yes, good. Grab a prize. So we got fruit fly, that's 1. Can anyone think of another one? Oh, over here. This is Tang. No. Kappa beetle, yes. You get a prize? Okay. I better hurry up. I've got 5 minutes. So basically anything off our national priority pest list. Okay, number 6. Name innovative technologies for surveillance. So again, this was Dr. Ian was talking about some of the new technologies people are using for surveillance. Can you think of the technologies? Things that fly in the air. Okay, hands up. Can you think of one of the things, innovative technologies? Oh, down here? Oh, okay. Automatic trapping, yes, smart trap. So, Mr. Somkit. Oh, good, we have 2 assistants. So we got Mr. Somkit, automatic, the smart traps. Anyone else? Innovative technologies. And remember, there's prizes, lovely prizes to win.
Smart technology.
We got smart traps, things that fly in the air. Can you remember those things they use to fly? Drones, okay. Present for you? Okay.
EDN.
And EDN, yes, excellent. So you got the ones that I'd put in. Okay, number 7. Why do we monitor and evaluate a project?
Aha.
Can anyone think why would you bother to monitor or evaluate? Dr. Mumu, any ideas? To get more money? That's, you get a prize. Who said that?
What's that? What?
You get a prize, yes, to get more money. That's
Woohoo!
Yes, a good thing too. Okay, so basically we're ensuring accountability. We want to increase learning. We want to show, accountability, that's it. Okay, 3 minutes, okay. Number 8, what kind of project information can you include in your video that you'll send us unless you've already sent it to us, for the YouTube channel? What kind of things can you put in?
Hands up.
I haven't heard from the back table over there. Maybe Dr. Oi or Kem
Miss
or
K.
Miss Konasan, Konsvan.
Confirm.
So, Bosi, do you want to go down here and ask?
sure.
See. Remember, prizes. I'm not taking them back to
Action
Australia,
video.
so you'll have to win some. Yeah, so what kind of things did you put in?
Okay. For my video, I just put the activity
Yes.
that we do for the surveillance and the result, and show the result to the farmer how can management.
Excellent. So you get a prize. Okay, number 9. Who is the STDQ? Also known as Standard and Trade Disco Queen. Hands up if you know who the Disco Queen is. Oh. Okay, Bosie, I think each table, you can pick someone, and each table they can get pick a prize.
Okay.
And last question, how many countries reported yesterday? 4? Yes, excellent. 4. So we will now continue with the other 4, and hopefully I haven't had Mr. J come and tell me to disconnect the electricity. Okay, thank you. Cup and cup. Well done, everybody.
Thank you very much, Carol. So enjoyable, very active participation of all of you. You wake up this morning. Okay, now we move into the real session, country report. I would like to invite the presenter from Malaysia, I think Miss Laila, to give her presentation. You need to remember the timing, otherwise Jay will stand up and take your mic. Okay, Laila, please.
Tak sebut tak apa-apa. Tak apa, boleh. Okay, hello everyone. Good morning. Sawadika, and thank you Dr. Sutikno for the introductions. So today I would like to present the findings from our projects. Please excuse me because of the titles of the meetings is I forgot to correct it. So today I will present the Malaysia Pest Surveillance and Pest Reporting projects. So for the brief, information systems for pest surveillance and reporting project. This regional project is to provide the regional harmonized pest information framework based on the streamlined data collections, internationally recognized data standards and simple protocols. I guess this part we should not forget what's the holistic of the project objectives. And for the DOA of Malaysia, we use this project for the specific objective is first to introduce the use of P-Tracker apps to record the surveillance in the field, and at the same time we would like to project a simple process for importing this surveillance data into a low cost, flexible in-house information systems, because currently Malaysia is trying to develop a specific database for certain crops for surveillance data, and then we also would like to consolidations and reporting of surveillance outcomes from these projects. Okay, for Malaysia, we have 4 specific surveillance activities, which is one is the fruit fly and related pest of mango, and then the second one is for the white fly and other related pests and disease for aquatic plants, and then we also have the surveillance activity for the mealybug of pineapple, and also the last one is the pest and disease of citrus. So for the specific objective for each of the surveillance activities, mainly is for to solve our problems in and also to overcome and find the best way to solve the import and export problems that we encounter through with our counterparts, trade counterparts. Which is for the fruit fly, we will focus on the mango pest, and for the white fly is for the aquatic plants, and also for the snails and nematodes, and then for the pineapple mainly for the mealybug and also for the bacterial fruit rot, and then for the citrus mainly for the citrus canker and citrus greening. We focus on this pests because one, we get the notifications several times from our trade partners, and then second one is to solve our system approach for the aquatic plants, because we get notifications from our trade partners. And then this is the summary protocols for all the surveillance activities, which is firstly we identify the areas, the production areas, the type of crops. I guess everyone did this, and then the type of survey will depends on the pest of concern and target pest. And then for the survey we use baits, traps. And also we also use our own products of for the fruit flies, which we produce in countries for the protein baits, and then for the sampling we based on the symptoms and the pest detections, and also from the trappings, and then the identification of pests we will identify in the farms, and also we will bring back the samples to the lab, and also we did molecular analysis for the confirmations. And then for data management, we compare two. One is using the P-tracker and SIMS, and also by using the manual methods. Okay. So Malaysia's project findings and lesson learned from all 4 projects that we encounter after I think since 2016 until since 2017, starting of the projects until this year, Malaysia is one of the countries that I think quite late in starting our projects because of several issues. And then from the findings, we find out that surveillance activity and data collection is we already completed all the surveillance and data collections, and then samples and all the data have been analyzed completely, including the analysis of the lab. And then the final information and data have been stored in Microsoft Access and also Excel for the manual data. And then the lesson learned, of course, good data management, important as evidence of establishment of the pest-free area, and also the market access and the sustainability of capacity buildings and human resource is definitely one of the main issues that we would like to and also we have solved in during these projects. So for the specific findings, for the white flies, we did not detect any white fly from the farms, and we find 3 species of nematodes and 1 species of mollusks, and the data has been that we have collected have been used to develop a system approach of aquatic plants for the exportations. So we are currently in the second half of the projects for system development of system approach. So we hope, cross fingers, we could solve this problem and will be accepted by our exporting countries, by importing countries by next year for the development of the system approach program. And then for the mealybug of pineapples, we find out the mealybugs, 1 species, and then the disease heart rot we also detected from the pineapple farms that we have been doing the surveys. And so this data will be used as preliminary data for our market access program for 2 of the potential countries. So this is one of the outcomes that we'll be using from the data collected from this project. And then for the fruit fly of mangoes, we did the surveillance in 2 states, Pahang and Perak, which is 1 in the northern part and 1 is in the west side of Peninsular Malaysia. The plants targeted is mango, and we detected the fruit flies for the 3 species of fruit flies from the mango plants. So this mango is mainly to detect, actually become the baseline data for the fruit fly list for Malaysia, because it has been quite some times we have not doing the national surveillance for fruit flies. So this is a good start for us. At least we know from mango we find out 3, but we will proceed for our national project starting next year. And then pest and disease for citrus, we did the surveillance in 3 states, Negeri Sembilan, Selangor and Perak. 3 states in the Peninsular Malaysia, and 2 target crops, which is pamelo and calamansi. And then we have detected the fruit flies, citrus canker, scab and leaf-footed bug. So these also products that we've been exporting to other countries. So scab and citrus canker has become the 2 target disease that has been an issues for our exportations. So we would like to use this data as a baseline data for to develop the system approach for the citrus in Malaysia. So this is the picture of we are doing the surveillance activities. This is for the aquatic plants, and this is for the pineapple. This is for the citrus, and this one is the fruit fly of mango that we have been trapping. And this one is this from this project. Thank you, Mr. J. So from this project, we also did an additional surveillance of tomato leaf miner detection in one of the highlands in Malaysia. So far from the first surveillance, we have not found any tomato leaf miner in the pheromone traps. So we're going to proceed this also in maybe at the end of the year or at the beginning of the 2023. So challenges. Of course, COVID-19 have delayed, and we need to change some of the areas that we choose. And then for the human resource and capacity building, the sustainability of the trained officers is very crucial for us, because we keep on, like yesterday what our representative from APARI have said, that's one of the issues that Malaysia has encountered, because we having problems of sustainability of trained officers, and then they have lack of experience and not well trained in identification of symptoms in the farms. So from this project, and also from other related funding projects, we try to overcome these problems, and we have issued these problems to our higher management. And then device and apps, I do not know whether other countries have been experiencing the same like us, but we have not don't have enough devices for everyone to have the hands-on. So to overcome this, Malaysia have requested extra funds from our government to buy to ensure the sustainability of this project. So we have request the extra funds, and we have bought 4 more devices for this apps, and then we have give.
Survey will be prioritized to the southern part of Thailand. So why did we survey BSR in the southern part and also Melon 5 in the southern part? For in detail, you can chat more with Dr. Tang and Dr. Rek. For my opinion, I think it's like for an humidity and location is suitable for growing of this pest. For the protocol, we collect fruit fly by use trap, by use methyl eugenol and Q-lure or lure. So the difference of attractant, you can attack the specific of a fly. It's like a methyl eugenol, you can collect another one, and for Q-lure you can collect another species, and the lure you can collect another species. So you can choose the this pheromone to collect the insect, the fruit fly. For identification, we use also morphology and more molecular method for accurately result. After Dr. Pontimun came back from the Malaysia with a back suitcase, it's like a James Bond. Everyone can know when you open, we will find like 2 iPad and 1 laptop and something like a spy. Something Dr. Pontimun looked like spy when walk from the airport, something like that. So in 2017, we survey in a one it's like one pathogen and 2 insects, and we survey again in 2018. For in 2019, Dr. Samir came ask for final report, and due to COVID-19 situation, pandemic, we stopped to work, and also even we cannot go outside. Even our it's like my routine work. However, in this year, in last month, we taken the training for government employee, especially quarantine officer and agricultural of Thailand in 8 office around the border of Thailand. So we have the workshop in Western flower tip and fruit fly for data and knowledge dissemination. For the images and video on YouTube that you have seen from Carol yesterday, like that. And in this year, to be confirmed for do with the BSR and fruit fly for molecular method. For the summary of a Western flower tip, you can see I will survey on the like a chrysanthemum and hydrangea and orchid. We can find in the 3 provinces in Thailand, in Chiang Rai, Chiang Mai, and Nakhon Ratchasima, because the location is cold all year. We can survey in 43 plantation. We can collect thrift more than 2,000 and can identify 200 specimens with being Frankinella occidentalis. And we send the final report to Dr. Samir of 3 provinces. For the BSR, we can collect 40 BSR sample to representative to laboratory for further study. 35 specimens were confirmed to, yeah. Thank you. Dr. Phuanat, as Ganoderma boninense. And also we obtain DNA from BSR to further study in DNA extraction. And also DNA data of TF1 and RPB2 are required to molecular identification and diversity study. So for this map, you will see the distribution of BSR in Thailand. So Dr. Chaninthorn surveyed so many areas, but the red one is like the place that we found BSR in Thailand, especially the southern part of Thailand. For the last one is melon fly. Dr. Yurin survey in 10 sites in 10 provinces with 10 traps and more than 100 traps by use Q-lure and methyl eugenol. You can see it's like 16 is a melon fly, right? Where is the lighter? Okay, in here you can see in your hand out, and it's more than 1,000. And also Dr. Yurin used morphology and also molecular method, so can cascade to genus Sugodacus and also Bacteroceras separate together. And all of this, like Western furrow tips and BSR and melon fly, can generate the data to the Excel spreadsheet and also have the information for GPS data, email, Dropbox, download and extract and export to final report. You can see it's like a melon fly with file just only the southern part of Thailand. And more technique is a LAMP technique. LAMP technique is a one molecular method that easily than other method, because we shouldn't use the gel electrophoresis for this time. Just it's difficult thing is just design the primer to match with like a species that you want to investigate. After that, we can get this one is a specific primer that Dr. Yurin has designed. And for about this one, it's like a same molecular method that we always does, but just put it in the appendorb and mix it together and put in here and incubate. For the result, we will show the positive and negative. If right, that the thing that we suspect, it will be green. But if another color, it will be other species. It's okay. For about this, you can see it's also with the larva and also with the adult. This one is for the assessment of objective. So the data of from the surveillance and protocol will answer the objective, and additional we can gain the advantages from the surveillance data and to make sure that all objectives are well answered. For the next, we can give a training material method by make a workshop and also make a journal and give to farmer, by farmer to farmer, and scatter our knowledge from S3A project to 8 office of Thailand that on the regional of Thailand. For plan for survey in the next step, for this one, it's like firstly we have finished it with workshop with Western flower tip and also melon fly already. However, the molecular identification or maybe new technique of a molecular method can be forward with the BSR and also melon fly in the future. For expected benefit, so participants in this meeting room and also in all training can gain can apply this technique for recording for principal to effectively perform quarantine spacey detect operation, and also participants can gain knowledge from quarantine pest diagnostic by using morphology and accurately identify pests detected from imported and exported agricultural products. And also the last one is a participant can exchange the knowledge and work experience together between your organization and between international organization. And also, if anyone want to know about the Dr. Mumu for the Western flower tip, 20 minutes, right? No, it's just 5 minutes. Who put the ring? No, just 5 minutes. Okay, the last one. For on behalf of Department of Agriculture, we have to give acknowledgement to Dr. Ian Norman, who recently early retired soon, and also Miss Wendy Lee, the woman that I have seen just her name in email for a long time, and also Dr. Samir Hossein, who is my big brother when I have been in Australia for maybe 12 years ago. He take care of me. Very nice. And also Miss Carol Porsche William for this STDF, and also Dr. Sutikno, and also Beth Bosi, and also Miss Roshan, and everyone. And thank you STDF for brought to us by give the funding for this fruitful project. Thank you.
Thank you very
ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you. So I think we finished with 2 presentations. So before we move, I open for discussion. Very interesting. Malaysia and Thailand with different subject for the survey. Okay, so I open for discussion. Yes, Roshan.
Yes, thank you and good morning. Excellent presentations this morning. I actually had a question from your presentation. Where is our presenter? The one who stuck? No, not yours. There you are, exactly. So it's more because obviously surveillance is not my forte. I wanted to kind of just know the steps in how these maps are generated. How does that actually help? Just an explanation on that. And then I was very curious to know about the LAMP technique. And is this something that the department is funding itself, the LAMP technique, or is it through a project? And I'm wondering if there's potential for STDF to provide support for this LAMP technique, and maybe Dr. Ian knows or can educate me about the LAMP technique, because it's the first time that I'm hearing about it. But it sounded very interesting. So my main question is about the LAMP technique. What have been your experiences? And secondly, I just wanted to know how you generate those maps, the step-by-step process, and yeah. Thank you so much.
For the generating of the map, right, Ms. Roshan, when we use the STDF or iPad, when we capture, they will collect the images and also GPS and get into it's like an iPhone. When you take images everywhere, when you look on iPhone, it's the northern part of Thailand, it's something like that, and this information is like an Excel spreadsheet. And when you put in the software of a GeoJot on the notebook or laptop, it's a generate. And this GPS or it's like a latitude, longitude will be put together, and it is spread to map. It's like this one, something like that. Because when we capture it, it's like a lot of things. It's like altitude, something like that. And also LAMP technique, Dr. Yurin, you want to share this information?
Yeah, before Mr. Yurin, I would like to explain more about how we generate the map. When we use the P-tracker, because we use 2 devices each country, with using that device to take a picture, it will automatically generate the map using the GeoJot that we have on computer. But because of when we do the survey, for example, for oil palm plantation, only 2 devices with like a 10, like a big area, it's quite not afford. So we use another option also, that we use our phone to take a picture, because every phone when take a picture, it will has a GPS embedded in the photo. Then we'll take that photo out, and we will use the GeoJot also that we call GeoJot core on the computer to generate the data. Everything will end up with an Excel spreadsheet, and then we will put Excel spreadsheet into Google Earth then we will get the map. And that map we can indicate later with the Excel spreadsheet that we indicate that this is the presence or absence of the disease. When we generate the map, we will see the dot. If we refer green to absent and red to presence of the disease, we will know the distribution of the disease too. That we can use that map, not only for the record of the disease, but also to predict or to tell that how spread of the disease will be in the future too. Thank you. So move on to Yuvarin.
Okay, for the lamb, actually we did like the identification for the food fly. As first we use the morphological and we confirm that one for the DNA barcode. And when we got the DNA sequencing, we put that one in the gene bank, and we know exactly the right one. And then we decide to use the new technique because we want to find the easily technique to identification. And when I read the paper, normally lamb used for the pan pathology. Yeah, but I think this is the first time for the insect in Thailand, and I asked Ian for additional funding. But actually it's not much, it's just a little money because we already got the sequencing and we just need to design the primer. And when we design the primer, we can just like do the lamb. Actually the lamb is not so hard, but you have to do like you design it and you just crash your larvae and you put in the incubator, and then you just spend like 10 minutes and you will know that's when the correct one, the right one that you decide the primer is matched together. But the most hardest one is the design the primer. Yes.
Can I say something add
Oh,
on to
go ahead
Yuvarin?
first. Yeah.
Because of this technique will help to solve the problem that we lack of the taxonomist. Because when you find some like fruit fly, if you like to identify, no one can identify it. But this technique will help everyone could identify it based on the easy technique. Because the hard part already done by the specialist, but the rest or maybe could be farmer or any spot can be used without the technique that already validated.
Okay, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Thailand, and I'm pleased that point was drawn out about the LAMP technology for diagnostics. It is a technology that some state departments in Australia are quite interested in, and the Victorian Department of Primary Industries in particular has been active in developing primers and field protocols for not only identification of some insects, but livestock diseases. Developing the primers for the particular target species is not easy, so that was really good work by Dr. Irwin to do that. But when it's done, then even I could do it, I think.
Yeah.
I will share, if it is okay, Malaysia, I will share something that we talked about over breakfast. Malaysia expressed an interest in perhaps sending one or two people to Thailand for a couple of weeks for training in the use of the technology. So this is a sort of thing that could certainly be an outcome of the STDF work. I could also mention that there are some other what are called isothermal DNA technologies available. Some of those don't require a LAMP device. LAMP doesn't require the Genie device. You can do it in the laboratory without the device. It is a growing field for rapid diagnostics. So it's a good outcome of the project.
Okay. Before moving to the next presentation, I will just add on the LAMP technique. I have a project which is funded by Japan. Next month will be a training course in Malaysia. about virus, Begomo virus. But one part of the training is in the use of LAM techniques, and will be presented by the Japanese resource person. So some of you here, I think, will be attending that training in the September, 2 weeks training. Okay, so yes, if you have a question before moving. Yeah.
It's not a question, it's just a comment. From what I'm hearing, I think this LAMP technique is becoming quite of interest and popular, and can, really go a long way in the detection. So we've noted about the issue of primers, as mentioned by Ian and Rak. I'm thinking this is the place to be able to listen and take advantage and leverage of the partnership that we've got in this room. And if one country has been able to come up with optimized primers for using LAMP for pests targeted within the region, if other countries have those pests, then this is a good platform to be able to take advantage of and learn from each other and sort of share primers across different countries. No need to reinvent the wheel. If primers have been made for a specific target pest, no need to invent. Just because of collaborative networks, just ask, could we kindly use the primers you've already designed and optimized for using in a different country? I mean, this is the beauty of us coming together and discuss and share experiences and see the way forward. Just my observation and thinking towards the future. Thank you.
I agree with you. That's why next month it's actually for virus. The primers for virus will be there. So it can be used also the same like for fruit fly. So it's good that we have, different project which is targeted in different field.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I share some information addition to
okay.
Bosi?
Still. Okay.
Like sorry. Yeah. If we get like a protocol or the primers, whatever the methodology we will use, so at the end, I expect that we get a fast and accurate how to identify it, because if we're waiting artificial a long time, it could be effect to the trade. So if we can identify faster and we got the fast result, we can handle with the problem. For example, that Noi from Laos asked me about the primers to detect TR4, and I share her the methodology and also the primers, so she can tell straight away this is TR4 without sending the cultures to overseas. She can do by herself, but basically we all have to know the methodology how to do that. We can use that just normal PCR, LAMP, or everything. It depends on the technique we will use. It could be built up like a detection protocol to fast and accurate identification.
Right. Good. Thank you very much. Yes, Arusha. The last one.
Thank you. It's more of a comment. Don't shy away. Feel free to come to me at any point. But I think this, from what I'm hearing from you, this LAMP technology may have scope for an STDF PPG. Just my opinion. Thank you, Dr. Satikno. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's really a very good discussion on LAMP technology. That's why we selected one of the project activity funded by Japan is also on LAMP technology, but it's for virus. Okay, we move forward. So the next presentation is by PNG. Marilyn, are you ready? Please come forward to present your summary of the findings.
Good morning. Hello. Am I okay with this one? Oh. Next, okay. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to present to you the country report for Papua New Guinea for the STF project that we've been working on during the life of the project. The summaries of surveillance activities. There were two pests that we targeted for the STDF project. One is the banana wilt associated phytoplasma. There you can see the banana and what the disease does to the banana there. And then the second target pest for the project was the sugarcane smut disease caused by a by fungus, Sporosorium cytemia. Objectives for the both target pests are the same. Our objective was to determine the national distribution, and in doing so, we were able to identify pest-free areas in the country. Review of surveillance activities, surveillance plans and protocols. I would go one at a time with each one of the pests. Firstly, the banana wilt associated phytoplasma, or for short, we call it BWAP. Just to provide some background information on what it is, this particular disease affects the Musa species of the ABB type, or genome, especially the cooking banana. This particular banana is culturally and economically important crop in the country, and it is the second major staple food to rice. Now, BWAP, or the banana wilt associated phytoplasma, is a very unique disease, and it only affects the ABB type of banana. It was first detected in 2009. Okay, I'll go on to tell you a bit more about how we go about sampling this. The surveillance of the banana wilt associated phytoplasma started since 2009, when it was first found in the country. And this surveillance has been going on for over almost 11 years, including the life of the STDA project from 2009 to 2020. How we do the surveillance is mostly you just drive through on the roads, or you walk through gardens, and you look out for symptomatic banana plants. The symptoms are very distinctive, yellowing of the leaves, and the bunch or the fruit of the banana is usually deformed, or you don't get the right shapes. When you cut them open, inside it's all black. You don't see any food inside. After the symptoms have been identified in the field, what we do is we do destructive sampling. You cut down the banana tree, you split it open, and this is what you see in the second picture there. You get brownish, blackish streaks inside the banana vascular tissue. What is usually done is they cut out those tissues inside, take them back to the lab and process them. Get them desiccated, and then store them in appropriate storage, and then we send them away to, usually we've been sending them away to Australia, the Department of Agriculture and Livestock, and or New Zealand for molecular diagnostics and identifications. And we still do that up to now. Now from there, from doing that, of the 11 years of surveillance, we've come up with the results that most part of the country has been surveyed. Most of it has been surveyed, and that particular disease is only present in 8 out of 22 provinces. Okay, here is the whole map of the country, and the red star is where the disease is present currently or since the life of the surveillance, and the blue dots are where surveillance has been done, some sampling has been done, and the disease is not present. So in my conclusion and recommendation part, most of the country, including the highlands where it is highly populated, is still remains free of the disease. And this particular disease is mainly seen on the ABB, the cooking type banana or land races. For future work, we will still continue to conduct survey into the future to monitor the spread. Also initiate some work to identify vectors or the mode of transfer of the disease. There's more work to be done on that. And also, because of climate change, we would like to do some work on the impact of climate change with regard to the spread of the disease. And public awareness is a major part of what we do, because in my country, not everyone gets a television, not everyone gets the network, internet. So it is very important that you get to people and you talk to them about the risk of the pests and diseases that we find out. So you talk to them and explain to them, make them aware of what it is, and then give them management options that are available and they can be able to do. So this is about banana wilt-associated phytoplasma. Now we'll move on to the sugarcane smut disease. Papua New Guinea has been free from sugarcane smut disease, and it has been a regulated pest since until we had an incursion in August 2016 at Ramu Valley, Medellin. There you can see on the map there. This is where our only commercial sugarcane production is going, where they grow sugarcane for commercial production. Now, this smut disease is a threat to the noble cane biodiversity. We have so many different biodiversity of sugarcane in the country, and it has been a threat since the incursion of the disease, and especially on the cultivated saccharum species that are culturally and economically important food and also cash crops in the country. The disease is categorized or characterized by a black whip-like structure that emerges from the heart of the stalk. Now, how that surveillance or the methodology, how we approach to conduct the surveillance was, it is also a continuation of what we've been doing, and then STDF also gets into that part as well to support. We've started since incursion in 2016. We've done delimiting surveys, and then we continue to do surveys up to the data that I will present is up to 2020. What is usually done is it's mostly done by visual observations. You walk through or you drive through, and you look out on saccharum species and grasses to see signs of the disease. And the inspection sites are randomly selected, and they include village gardens. You don't get so many commercial plantings, there's only one, but most of them are commercial village gardens, and we look at the natural vegetation as well. So most of that data collected was recorded on the pit tracker and uploaded onto computers. This is the result of the work that we've been doing. So far, the disease is confined to where the incursion has happened, and it's still at that location at Ramu in Medeng province. Everywhere else in PNG where surveys has been done is free from the disease. We've surveyed a total of 991 sites, a total of 77,791 stools of Saccharum species inspected. That is like you have to go to each stool and ever look at each one of the plants for the signs and symptoms of the disease. No sugarcane smart disease observed outside the incursion site. The disease is still confined, like I said, only on the commercial cane production. And within this commercial area, there is management practices used. There are research going on to screen out the resistant variety and tolerant varieties. Susceptible varieties, they have been rogged. Rogged is like they are cut down, bagged, and then taken away to some hedge of the fields whatsoever, and they have been burned. And like I said, public awareness is one of the major activities that we do, and it will still be continued. Like BWAP, surveillance will continue into the future. Disease is contained, and it is continuing to be managed at the commercial site. Research is ongoing, and awareness to be continued as well. Okay, on to the surveillance data and how it is used. The pit tracker was very useful, I would say. In the past, we would have to carry, like myself, I would carry a GPS, a camera, a notebook, a biro. You know, I have to make a checklist of all the things that I need to carry to go into the field. But when the pit tracker came, I just picked it up and went. So you got the GPS automatically recorded as soon as you take a photo, and you enter data into it. So I don't need a camera to take a shot, and I don't need a GPS to record the location. So it was very useful when we were introduced into using the pit tracker. And it's still useful today. Data gathered during the pit tracker was uploaded into SIMS for use, and we store them in our computers and we utilize them. At this stage as well, we continue to carry handheld GPS and the cameras as well, because sometimes you go into the field and the battery goes down or something happens to the pit tracker, so you ensure that you have alternatives to rely on. The combo toolbox has recently been introduced, I think sometimes this year, by SPC, and we will come to know more about this as we go on. Lesson learned and impacts on the phytosanitary measures and market. Collection of survey data using pit tracker, DOJOT software, and pest surveillance management information that we learned, especially from this project, was very good, and it was very effective and convenient for us to use. The same technique and technology has been applied to other pest surveillance. Apart from these two, we also used it for our general pest surveys. You know how we can adjust the data, whatever in the geodot, to also record other pest information on the pit tracker. So we did that, and it was very good. With those, we gained some market access for some of our fresh produce and other commodities. some difficulties encountered, like some of my colleagues have mentioned, DO.dot license expired. I got 5 minutes, thank you. Just when you are about to go into doing a survey, when you realize that you don't get, the license is gone. I experienced that, and it was terrible, but then, like I said, we used other NL GPS, camera, whatever that was available, we made use of that. I think at one stage we had one of the pit trackers stolen, so all our stored data got lost. So we couldn't, we can't have them anymore. Everything was in the pit tracker and all just went with whoever the person who stole the pit tracker. And sampling is not always easy logistically in my country because of the geographical location, security, all those issues. So these are some of the difficulties we always encounter from time to time, as well as field storage. You travel to most places in Papua New Guinea, you don't get electricity. So if you are going to store like a long survey, 2 weeks, 1 week survey, in ice or something, you don't get ice because you can't freeze them overnight, you don't get electricity, you can't charge your pit tracker. So this is some of the issues or difficulties, constraints that we encounter. Finally, with this project, our staff capacity has been improved, especially in surveillance, also diagnostics and information generation and storage. Sometimes, or most funding, I would say, like to be honest, was inadequate due to high cost of surveys, isolated geographical location, limited access by road, security reasons, etc. And NACIA, the organization I work for, will continue to work on BWAP and sugarcane, and that would be incorporated into our annual program or work plan. And it would be good if we could source, some additional funding from outside as well. These are some samples of awareness posters that we've been using on the 2 target pests. With that, I would like to finish by saying thank you to STDF and the Australian government, Dr. Sotigno for the logistics, STDF and Australian government for the financial and technical support for the duration of the projects. And also a special thank you to participating countries and individuals, especially those of us who are here, for sharing information, interacting, sharing our valuable experiences. I think during the life of the project was really good. I've learned so much from each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. I think we move on, and then after that only the discussion opens for you. So the next presentation will be from Vietnam. Who will be presenting? Vietnam? Oh, okay. So please come forward, and then you have 20 minutes for presentation.
Good morning. Today I would like presentation Vietnam country report. The STDF projects conducted in Vietnam from 2016 to 2019.
It's okay.
Yes, thank you. Can I have you? Okay. SDF in Vietnam has general objectives SDF in Vietnam built and managed lychee and longan production zones which are qualified to export to Australia in particular and other countries in general. Improve quality of lychee and longan fruits for domestic and foreign market. The project has a specific objective establish field surveillance of Phytophthora on lychee and longan, Conomopopha synthesis on lychee, and that benefit the fruit fly on lychee and longan to prevent or control the development of these pests, support the management of production zone post for export, improve farmer income by minimizing unnecessary treatment measures, risk for human and animal health, and environmental pollution. In summary of the surveillance activity carried out in Vietnam, the project have 3 activities in Vietnam: field surveillance of Phytophthora on lychee and longan, field surveillance of Comonopopha sinensis on lychee, and field surveillance of Tebrifide fruit fly on lychee and longan. A procedure of surveillance and inspection activity includes a field surveillance and identification in labs and report. For surveillance program, a field surveillance activity have focused on known commercial and large-scale lychee and longan growing plantation, particularly those to import lychee and longan planting material and seeds, and those plantation and areas reporting to have a symptom of pest disease based on farmer and stakeholder reporting. Surveillance activity has focused on monitoring and delimiting surveillance activity utilizing operation and negative records as a primary surveillance information data source. We're training for farmer, local official, and new staff. For specific plant pest surveillance program design, longan and lychee specific field surveillance operation procedure has been developed in collaboration with PPD, plant protection, and field officer to assist surveillance officer with the field surveillance of lychee and longan and inspection of pests. The operation procedure and been developed based on internationally recognized protocol and field testing by the PPD and pest surveillance experts during the SDDF workshop. This operational procedure can be utilized to provide us link warning and detection and monitoring chain in disease and vector incident severity and speed. A specific field surveillance operation procedure of Phytophthora, Comonopopha, and Tetrifid diffuse fly on lychee and longan has been developed in collaboration with PPD plant protection and PPD field officer to assist PPD officer with the field surveillance of lychee and longan plantation and inspection of those pests. This operational procedure can be utilized to provide early warning and detection and monitoring chain in the disease and vector incident severity in sphere. On starting day of field surveillance, PPD inspector has discussion with local surveillance participants, a representative of PPSD, PPS, agricultural cooperative, local government official in charge of agricultural development and farm hour, who has planted longan or lychee orchard for surveillance to reconfirm the order in processing surveillance schedule. After completing the field surveillance, PPD surveillance officer will organize the post-survey discussion with all field surveillance participants. In order in the evaluated, the field surveillance point out the limitation of all problematic matter related to surveillance and figure out the solution for a coming surveillance. Data collection and submission by Pichico and SIM. Lychee and longan surveillance information data management system has been developed and implemented as part of the National Pest Programmer to capture surveillance field data using two Pichico lab and laptops, a laptop to consolidate pest forest field data and to manage and report pest surveillance finding utilizing the specialized and data analysis and mapping software package has also been developed and implemented. Result as a project for fruit fly on the sample fruit fly were collected from chef, brought to the laboratory and diagnostic. Currently, only 2 species of fruit fly were identified, namely Bactocera dorsalis and Bactocera cucurbitae. The investigation showed that male fly in chef on Longan appear from July to September with peak population in July to August. When semi-mature and rich fruit, besides Longan and lychee production side, have a fruit style, both seasonal and non-seasonal. We available throughout the year, thus making this favorable for seasoning a diversity of fruit flies such as orange, mandarin, guava, mango, and plant from the family Cucurbitaceae. The 4 fruit flies were collected in the chef. Bactocera dorsalis and Bactocera correcta may be attack fruits of other hosts or they have other major hosts. For the disease, Collectotrichum colorisporioides and Cucularia lunata and Peroxenophytophthora lychee were isolated from symptomatic Puruspericap sample. Collectotrichum colorisporioides was isolated on PGA medium in Hưng and Sơn La province. Meanwhile, Cucularia lunata only was isolated PGA on Hưng province. Peroxenophytophthora lychee was isolated on PGA medium and VS used media from symptomatic Puruspericap sample in both of province Sơn La and Hưng. During the implementation of project, the presence of Phytophthora lychee on Longan has been recorded in Sơn La province and Hưng province with the incidence of disease low to moderate, about 5 to 10%. The presence of Phytophthora lychee has been recorded in Bắc Giang and Hải Dương and Quang Ninh province with the incidence of disease low, about 5%. The presence of Copnopophacenesis of lychee has been recorded in Bắc Giang, Hải Dương and Quang Ninh province with the incidence of insect is low to moderate, about 5 to 10%. This is a picture so activity field in surveillance. Some lesson learned from each surveillance activity and the impact of my country. The first, we have applied Project Zero into the management for production area for export. Production area where pests are present will not be assessed a cost for export because some pests such as Bactocera dorsalis and Phytophthora lychee is a quarantine pest of Australia and as country with Vietnam export Longan and lychee. Vietnam has imported Longan and lychee fresh fruits to other countries as USA, Australia, Japan, Singapore, and has not recovered no time of non-complication for fresh fruits lychee and fresh fruits Longan export about Phytophthora fruit fly and lychee fruit borer. We have applied phytosanitary treatment for organic fruit fly for exported fresh fruits lychee and Longan such as irradiation, fumigation, vapor heat, and cold treatment. Some difficulties encountered through the project. The first attack are the crop. The chest drought, terrain, and bad weather was difficult to survey. Some staff moved another office. New staff have continuous to do the surveillance field operation and pest surveillance data consolidation. The use of mobile device and recently developed customized smartphone app checker helps to record surveillance data quickly and accurately in the field. However, we have changed to extract checker surveillance data. The Excel file has not been created. After finishing extracting, we have a contact with direct Zamir and Cheridel for resolve the problem. Thank you for your attention.
Any question or comment for presentation?
Thank you, Vietnam, for the presentation and for excellent implementation of the project. And in my notes on your presentation, I underlined that there have been no non-compliance events in your exports to Australia. That is good. Thank you for the description of the sites. And I recall that when we had the steering committee meeting in Hanoi and you took us to the plantation, the work that you were doing was extremely interesting and extremely illustrative to other members of the project. So thank you for hosting that steering committee meeting and providing that important sharing of information. And thank you for also taking us to an orchard that was flat. The terrain was not difficult. So thank you very much.
Finally, I want to thank Dr. Ian and SDI team and businessman Sotikno. Thank you very much. And thank you TOA of Thailand for take care of our during the meeting workshop.
Thank you very much. Any other comment? PNG? Vietnam?
We're having discussion.
Yes.
Discussion after morning tea or now?
Now, because after morning tea is different session already.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Ian.
With regard to Papua New Guinea, there are many points that I think I could make. Just one of them is that the incidents, the story of the phytoplasma on banana, BWAP, has been a story that has interested Australia for some time. I have a couple of questions, Marjorie. Firstly, does BWAP have a name now? I seem to recall the Japanese giving it a scientific name. And have you come any closer to identifying the vectors? I remember some lophopid leaf hoppers were a possibility. So 2 questions. Does it have a name? And does BWAP have a name? And any more information on the vector? And then finally a comment. It seems to me, it has long seemed to me, that here was an example of a significant banana disease known from a restricted location, and if it stays there, that's terrific. But when we put this story against the background of what has happened globally, COVID-19 was a small story, a disease circulating in a few bats in southwest China and maybe the mountains of Indochina, but it didn't stay there. And is BWAP something that will always stay in those locations that Marjorie described and not be a major problem? Or is this just another one of these things lurking in an area of high diversity, high biodiversity, which one day can be our fall armyworm or our COVID-19?
So he has 3 questions. One is the name.
Thank you, Ian, for those 3 big questions. Yeah. Yes, BWAP does have a name, and it's the name that it's good you say the Japanese. That's a name that we know Candida something, that is the name. The second question was vector. Yes, there's some work been currently going on in Medellin with CCR on an Asia project. So they are working with some vectors trying to identify those that can transmit or are able to transmit that disease. So there's some work going on. We're keeping our hands crossed that they might come up with something. Now, the last one is from the distribution. You would notice from the map that I put up, the disease is mostly in the coastal lowland areas. And that particular land race or that genome, the cooking banana, is grown everywhere in the country. But the disease seems to be present only in the lowland areas. And like I said, awareness is one of the major things that we do. And we emphasize to wherever we identify the disease, that this is what you do. And they do that. And we help them to do, like, cut them down and destroy the diseased banana, so forth. And if they see any symptoms, they do report them back to us again. But every time we go back, there are new places that we could see and things like that. So we continue to do awareness. And it is only in the lowland areas. That's why maybe in some years, climate change, vector change, whatsoever, it might spread to other parts of the country. This is all I can say. Thank you, Hien.
Thank you very much. Any more question, comment? If not, again, thank you very much for the full presentation. And let's show the, of course, also to Carol for her review of the yesterday. Yeah. So now I think I will give it back to Jay for announcement.
I forgot my schedule. Oh, yeah. So next time is a coffee break. Actually, the time at 15 to 11 is a presentation of surveillance, but now it's just a discussion. So we will move to Kobo 2 box after we have coffee break in the morning. For now, we have time to 15 minutes for coffee break, and we will be back in here 11. Okay, in 15 minutes. Okay.
During the
Okay.
During the coffee break, if you already make the decision about money exchange, you can go to Miss Om, could you please stand up? And you can please tell her how much amount of money would you like ask her to exchange from any currencies to Thai baht. But don't forget to please give her money too.
Yeah. Thank you.
welcome back for the next session 5. For this session, I would like to invite Dr. Bosibori Bet from DAF to be the presiding officer in this session. Please.
Do we have everyone back? I'm just going. It's 11, and I think we might just make a start. So, this session is. Can you all hear me? This session is all about networking, data management, and discussions on the way forward. And to have us get started, I don't know if we have John Paul from the Philippines online to just briefly talk about the surveillance app collaboration, and know that there was something going on about this, and he is going to discuss or explain to us the requirements for using the BPI collection in about, is it 15 to 20 minutes? I don't know. Is John online? Could we confirm? All right, John, if you can hear me, and we because of time constraints, if you can just shorten your presentation for about 10 minutes, then that would be great. I know you said 15 to 20 minutes, but if you do 10 minutes, that would be great. So, and I think we start timing now. It's 11:05. So by 11:15. Thanks, John.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? Can I start?
John, if you can hear me, please start.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Let me share my screen. Can you now see my screen?
Yes, we could see your screen. Disappeared for the moment. We could see your screen.
John, you had shared your screen. We could see it then, but now we are seeing you. Would you like to share it?
I will repeat again.
Is it? Yep, we can all see that. Yep. It's disappeared. The technical team, please. All right, all good, John. Yep, good to go. We can now see you and the presentation.
So hello again, good morning to all. So I will just share the presentation on our BPI Collect, which is an application we developed here in the Philippines for the surveillance of corn and cassava. So we call it BPI Collect and Online Information System. So what is BPI Collect? So BPI Collect follows this framework. So first, it is based on an application which is free on Google Play Store. It is open source, easy to update. Changes is made through an Excel. It is an Android survey-based app, and with equivalent and easy managed database server. So what is the features of the BPI Collect? So first, it has a geolocation function for generating GPS for the sampling sites. It collects images for the surveillance, barcodes for the IDs of data collectors, calculation for the computations of incidence and severity. It accepts dates, numerical, and open text for survey questionnaires. It also has multiple choice and groups. So as I said earlier, our BPI Collect is free of download in the Google Play Store, but to use it, you need approval from the data manager here in the Philippines. So this is the application. It is called BPI Collect. It's used for the surveillance of corn. So as you can see, it has undergone many versions. So how does the data flow work? So first, the AODK app, data collectors send data from the digital data capturing device to the system. This is the mobile phone. And in our regional partners, we have a regional database in which they check first the data. If it is okay, and upon approval, it will now be forwarded to our national database system, in which the national data manager will validate again the data. And once approved, it can now generate reports in forms of graphs and tables. So this is how the data management flow in our country. So I will not explain it thoroughly because it is for Philippine use. So start with collection of data in the field and going to the regional database. And then it will now be uploaded to the cloud. And a series of validation will start from the regional data manager up to the national data manager. So all this validation is done by online. So upon approval of all data sets in the national level, we can now create and download the reports. This will be in the form of graphs and tables. So to create a surveillance app, this is the basic requirements needed. So first, you need to have a cloud server. This will serve as the repository of data, the dashboard, and the information system. You will also need a mobile application. This will contain all the digital monitoring forms for surveillance, custom made for what type of surveillance you're doing in your country. And last requirement is a programmer, which is specialized on application development or mobile application software development. So all the needed information in your forms for surveillance, the programmer will create it digitally and put it on a mobile application and so on. So to show you, this is our BPI online information system created here in the country. So you can log in at www.bpicpmb.info. So you will just input your credentials. And in the system, you can see we have this landing page, what we call the dashboard, in which you can filter your data based on your location, time, what type of pest, insect pest, diseases, natural enemies, and other organisms. What type of data are you looking for? If you're looking for the severity or the incidence. And upon clicking the filter, it will show you the graphical interpretation of all your data collections. So as you can see here in the screen. And on the right side, you can see the table in which the values are included. So it have 5 main parts, so the header, the sidebar, the settings, the working area, and the footer. So this is a sample of our data set in our corn surveillance. So as you can see, we have different insect pests of corn listed in the table and equivalent data collected weekly. So upon doing your information system, you could have this a real-time map of the locations of all your sites. And these are the sample reports created using the information system. And this is the one, what do we call this? Highlights of this information system, in which you can see the real-time status of pests in your surveillance sites. So as you can see here in the map of the Philippines, all green dots indicates that pest populations of all the pests included in the surveillance are at minimum percentage of incidence. So we designated colors for each percentage. So green indicates that no infestation or current price of population of all insect pests in corn is present. So as you can see here, it's okay. But in case of increase of populations of the insect pests, the color of the sampling points will changes based on the color scheme we decided. So next to green is blue, which indicates low infestation, and orange will indicates that it has moderate infestation. And if it turns red, it will notify you that the situation is very alarming, and upon clicking that point, it will give you an advisory or a management strategy to control or how to minimize the damage caused by that specific pest. So I think that's all for the BPI Collect and Information System. So if you have questions, I'm very willing to answer the questions.
Okay, thanks, John. Fantastic. Well done. You've really kept to the time. Does anybody have questions for John at this point in time? Because he's online, and maybe this would be a good time to interact. And if you have, the mic will be roving about. I think Dr. Ian Newman has a question for you, John.
Thanks, John Paul. And it is good to see how the system has been evolving over the years since we first became aware of what you were doing. So well done with that. The system, my question is, or first question perhaps from the floor, the system with the app and the online database, is it possible to transfer data from the app that you are using, a BPI Collect, to the old SIMS system that came with the STDF project? And if it is possible, do you have to do it by cloud or by wireless connection, or can you do it from BPI Collect to the laptop by cable?
For the transfer of data, I think it would not be possible for the data collected in our application to be transferred in the SIMs, because the formatting of data from the BPI Collect is different from the format we use in the SIMs. But I think it's also possible, but we need the help of a programmer so that the transfer of data will be from the BPI Collect will be custom made to cater the format of the SIMs.
Thanks, John Paul. That's what I expected. The color coding on the maps reflecting severity or intensity, is that color coding imposed or done by the database manager centrally, or is that something that is coded at the collection point on the app?
The color coding of the levels of infestation or severity is already included in the development of the mobile app. So upon collection of data in the field using the cell phones, mobile phones, it's already included in the program, so that upon sending the data from the cell phone to the online information system, it will automatically reflect what have you observed during your data collections. So it's almost real-time interpretation of the data. But the colors are decided by us, so it is not same with other surveillance activities.
All right, thank you very much. Any other question? I think Laila, Malaysia, has a question. Yep, from Tash.
Hi, Mr. John. That was the very interesting slide presentation. I just want to ask, if the data collection in the field, can we collect the data in the field offline?
Yes, but our mobile application is can be used offline. You will just need an internet connection when you send the data after you finish your surveillance activities.
Does the data can be transferred to the system by using Excel? I mean, you have all the data in the Excel point, then you can transform it into the system.
Yes.
Can it will be done?
Yes, it will. It can also be done from Excel spreadsheet to the online information system. You will just upload the Excel file.
Is it possible if we want to make a collaboration with you?
Yes, it is possible, but as you can see on my screen that the 3 requirements, this will depend on your country, because for the cloud server, if we will have a collaboration, my advice is it would be better if the server is housed in your country, and also the programmer that will do the applications should be in your country, so that any changes in your surveillance forms or the dashboard or what design you like, you will not have a problem in communicating, since it will be on your country.
To the country. You have to make it country specific, all right? Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Dr. Ian Newman.
So one way to summarize perhaps is that the Philippines experience is relevant. Your principles for developing the systems are relevant to any other country, but the IT implementation should be done in each country. So you could learn from BPI experience, but you would have to have a programmer and set up the IT infrastructure in your own country.
Okay. All good. I think we'll move on to the next. Thank you very much, John, and thank you. Please give a round of applause and take advantage of this platform to be able to share and collaborate together. All right. Thanks, John. So let's move quickly to the next presenter, and this is going to be. We're going to talk about the Kobo Toolbox introduction, and Carol Kosh-Williams of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, provide this, deliver this presentation, and it's now 11:25, so I'm giving you 10 minutes.
10 minutes, no worries.
11:35, I'll be doing.
Okay. So we've got the presentation up. So I'll just use these screens. Yeah. Okay. No worries, guys. So we use the screens on the side. So this is just another information system, and thanks to John Paul for giving us an introduction to the system Alternative Surveillance app that they're using in the Philippines. So at the moment, with STDF project, we've been using GeoJot and Pest Tracker, P-Tracker, as a surveillance app used since the project started. One of the main issues has been the ongoing funding for annual license fees, and I think Marilyn, you were mentioning that you went to do surveillance and found that your license had run out, and so you weren't able to complete your surveillance. Is that right? Yeah, yeah. And I don't know, anyone else has had issues with licenses running out when you're trying to do your, so I'm seeing a few nods there. Okay, so what we are looking at, and I know IPPC has last year was looking at various suitable alternative apps. So they were looking at, for us, we think we need basic functionality that's similar to Pest Tracker or P-Tracker, able to export data to the SIMs that was provided, or the management system, information management system that we provided to the project. Hopefully it's customizable for specific surveillance targets, and most importantly, it's created using open source software. So Kobo Toolbox. So Kobo Toolbox is a free open source data collection. It's the most widely used. Has anyone, hands up if you've heard of Kobo Toolbox? Apart from, okay, so we've got PNG and Dr. Ian. So ODK stands for Open Data Kit Collect App. Similar to the, well, not similar, it is the one that the Philippines are also using. One, you can enter data offline. Hopefully you're able to have a charged smartphone so you can enter data as well. The only disadvantage, I guess, is that it's Android, and the STDF project, all our the equipment that we provided to you was all Apple and iPhone, iPads, etc. So the Kobo Toolbox, I work across two projects, one with Dr. Ian with Southeast Asia, and also I work on a capacity building project in the Pacific. And the job I do in the Pacific, I work with the Pacific Community, or SPC, and they have a Pacific awareness and response to the coconut rhinoceros beetle project. So there's a coconut rhinoceros beetle. Is that in other people's countries? Do you want to show of hands if it's in parts of Southeast Asia? Yep. Coconut rhinoceros beetle. Yeah. So the project's managed by the Land Resources Division of the SPC, and New Zealand fund it. And Kobo Toolbox is an important tool for surveying this pest. And SPC are currently training Pacific Island countries in the use of Kobo Toolbox to survey the beetle. So details can be found on about the CBR project on the Pacific Communities webpage. So this is a picture of Rover. So Rover is one of my colleagues I work with in the Pacific, and he's actually the trainer who goes around the Pacific training the countries and territories in how to use the Kobo Toolbox app. So I was hoping that PNG, Marjorie, who's recently been trained by Rover, would give a presentation on how to use the app, but Marjorie's currently on leave. Oh, okay, so Marjorie's currently on leave, but I was just going to ask Marilyn if there's anything you would like to add about the surveillance in PNG using this app. Are you aware of any information about it?
Thanks, Carol. There's not much for me to say here, but just to support the talk here, Kobo Toolbox was introduced to PNG just recently, this year only, by SPC, as Carol has mentioned, on a collaborative work for coconut rhinoceros beetle. And we had trainers, our trainer from SPC coming over and doing training for our staff back in PNG. A couple of staff we trained, and these trained staff are then training other plant health officers in the country. So they've done 2 trainings so far. It's quite new, and we are excited, and we are moving on with this Kobo Toolbox and I'm excited to see how it would complement the pit tracker app that we've been using and this Kobo Toolbox. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Okay, so no one here has been using the app. Are any of the countries using any other apps apart from maybe BPI Collect or Kobo Toolbox? Are there any other apps that the STDF countries have been using or are aware of? Oh, you've got a Dr. Ian.
I want to give the microphone back to Tang, because could you please explain again what you explained this morning about your hybrid way of doing things, please?
So I would like to share the experience when I'm using the P tracker, because we had the limitation of only 2 devices, but it's like a big area. So the first that I learned that the P tracker that we handle on the devices, but we also have the exchange information using what do you call core, the one on the computer. Actually, it will translate everything from the photograph into the system. They will transfer into Excel spreadsheet. When they learn from it, I saw it. We will get the data of GPS information in that one, with including everything that we put in each column. Based on that, I also found that if we take a photo using our phone by turn on the GPS option, every phone will embed with the GPS data. Based on that one, I used to find the online program to take the GPS data from the online website. It takes a lot of time, but it still get that GPS information. It will convert to Excel spreadsheet as well. And the other option that if you have time, you open each photo and you will get each information and you fill into the Excel spreadsheet, and then you can have the Excel spreadsheet to generate the map. And I also have the alternative way that I create a Google Sheet on that one, so everyone can access to the Google form at any time if you have the internet. When you arrive at that place, you can just select everything that you already create the form and then send to the email, and the email can also convert to the Excel. So you can get Excel, because at the end of the thing that we like to get the database is everything in the Excel spreadsheet. And at the end is only you have to organize the column to get what you want. That the alternative way that we used, but based on the information and the form that we got from SCDF project.
So can you collect photograph and primary data using an Android phone?
Yes. Because previously the limitation is only iPad, the mini iPad, and then iPhone, and then we found that option that every photo will embed with the PGVS. One warning, don't be sent through lines or any other application, because this data will be removed. You have to send through email or directly download, transfer from your phone, not send through lines, because this option will be deleted.
Right. Thank you.
We have come to a very, very important part of the project right now. Let me summarize. We have paid for licenses for GeoJot, which is the heart of the P-Tracker system. We have paid for them for the last time. So sometime, I guess, next year, the P-Tracker that you have on your devices will cease to work. You will have the devices, which you can use for whatever you like, but the P-Tracker will cease to function. What to do? I am surprised to find myself doing this, because I am the least interested in IT, perhaps, of all the people in the room. But let me summarize. We have, as a result of the project, we all have very positive experiences of digital collection of data in the field. And we now know a lot about data structure, data transfer, and we know a lot about what we want, and we know we want to be able to customize some app on a handheld device to assist with our collection data, to assist with the consolidation of our collection data. So we know our requirements, what we want. The options that I have written down here are, and write this down. I see some people without pencils in their hand. P-Tracker plus SIMS. That is exactly the same system that we have now, but you have to find the money to pay for the renewal of the licenses. Number two, almost at the other end of the spectrum, is the system outlined by John Paul that the Philippines have implemented. An app plus a cloud-based database. You may not need the two-step process that John Paul described, uploading to regional database and then to a central one, but the principle is the same. You cannot just get BPI Collect plus their system, their computer-based system from them. You just can't get it from them or get their shell. It's more complicated to implement than that. So that was option two. Use the advice, the experience of BPI Collect to develop your own system. Number three is Kobo Toolbox plus the Kobo Cloud system. And this is the, as I understand it, the trend now. you have an app which communicates via the cloud with your own institution's database. You collect data using the Kobo Toolbox designed app. You send it to a global intermediary database maintained by NGO and supported by international donors for free, so it's free. And you are just one of the many users of that facility. People collecting information on livestock diseases or doing social projects, all sorts of things would be using that facility. And then you have to download, you can leave your data there, but it is encouraged that you download your data into some other system in your own institution. So that would be, I'm not sure whether you just download it into Sims. I imagine that's possible. So that's number 3. Kobo Toolbox, making use of this cloud and then downloading from that. My department is struggling towards implementing something like that. We wouldn't use the Kobo Toolbox facility, but we would eventually move from using pTracker to a system whereby an app on a handheld device transferred data by wireless means to our own departmental cloud server. So that's 3. Number 4, the IPPC have been collecting information on available apps. I didn't bother to look at that. I don't know whether there's anything inspirational or useful there that we haven't been talking about.
I think Ian, they're still working on that and still collaborating. Input.
We have the work around the hybrid approach that Tang just described as working for Thailand. Tang, does that mean you have to have pTracker still working?
Now it's not working, the pTracker, because the license is expired. Last time that Bosi asked me, would like to continue because we not start the survey yet. Because we know once you register, it will count your date. So I don't want to lose that date. If you like to continue, I will. If I know exactly the times that I will go to the field, I will inform Bosi.
So do you need the GeoJot license to be operational to use the pTracker core on the laptop?
Yes.
Okay. Do you get that? You have to pay to use that workaround. You have to be paying for GeoJot. So I've described 1, 2, 3, 4 options. I have a fifth option in my notebook. Sometimes next year, just falls over. And I have been working in the area in Southeast Asia long enough and had several attempts at implementing information management systems for one reason or another. And it is my biggest failure in almost 20 years. This one is still going, but other things that I've seen or been associated with, the New Zealand Aid database, Gary Kong's implementation. Does anybody even remember BioLink? Yes. So that's the 5th option, fall over, and we all walk away. I notice that Roshan is not smiling at this point. So I don't expect now to have a lively conversation about that, but these are the options, and if we don't come up with a selection of options, something that suits all countries or a subset of the countries this week, we are just on a pathway for it all to cease when the GeoJot licenses expires. PNG has chosen its path. BPI, the Philippines has chosen its path. And we may hear another little wrinkle on the story in the next presentation on data management. So I will leave that with you now, but stare at those options that I just read out and decide what you think you want to do.
Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause to Carol and Ian? Well done, well done. Okay. So we'll just quickly move on to the next presentation. I'd like to introduce the next presenter. We're going to get a presentation delivered by Muhammad Fahim of Kabi Malaysia, and he's going to talk about his the Kabi's role in pest surveillance and risk management. Just a quick introduction. Muhammad has background in integrated crop management, and he's an advisor of the Southeast and Asia Pacific region. So he's had more than 18 years of experience in plant health advisory services, capacity building in IPM and good agricultural practices, SPS, and pest risk analysis, and the value chain. So right now he's currently leading one of the STDF projects on safer spices around the countries of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, and invasive species management within the region. So please, let's welcome Muhammad Fahim to provide this presentation. Thank you. And I think you've got, was it 10 minutes? 3? 13? Did you say 30 or 13 or 3? 30. 30. All right.
Okay, good. Good to know. Yeah, I will try to be early. So, okay. First of all, while the presentation is being loading, so first of all, thank you very much, Dr. Ian and Ms. Roshan, for inviting me, especially in this project steering committee meeting. Actually, this is really a good chance for me to one end meeting with most of the colleagues from all these ASEAN and Pacific countries, and some of my friends, old friends, where I was working with them before, and secondly, more importantly, yeah, to having the understanding about this pest surveillance activities and pest surveillance informations from all these countries. Because being based in Kabi Malaysia office, so I'm working in the Southeast Asia and Pacific Asia region. So this information is really helpful for me to have an understanding, okay, what are the key pests and diseases in this region, and how these and how our countries are working and struggling for this pest surveillance system. And thank you again for Thailand DOA. So they are always welcoming. So I have many times a chance to come Thailand. So working with the Rice Department in Thailand, working with the Department of Agriculture Extension in Thailand. So they are always very welcoming and loving. So this time again, so having experience with DOA, so having the same experience with them. So thank you very much for everyone. So I think most of you already know about Kabi. So Kabi is an UN treaty organization established in 1910, and we having the office in Malaysia, which dealing with the Southeast Asia and Pacific Asia, and it's also starting from 1988. So here we have Kabi have around 48 member countries around the globe, and with these member countries and non-member countries, Kabi is also working in non-member countries for research area in agriculture research on plant health system. We are also working on value chain and supply chain activities in the trade side. And there's an example of STDF project with safer spices, where we are addressing the SPS issues along the supply chain. I remember yesterday Dr. Ravi, he's also my mentor and a very kind personality. So he is also talking about, so we need to look on the value chain. So that's why this STDF projects also specific to dealing with the SPS issues and in the production side, plus also linking towards the to having the access, giving the access to these farmers to the market, so they can produce the safe spices and then link to the market with the international market, so that they can get the good advantage from that. Yep. So without further delay, maybe this my presentation is about some of our cabby's experience dealing with SPS and pest risk assessment and reporting system. So okay. Okay, yeah. So in this first case, Cabby has a program on invasive action on invasive program, where we are working with the local government and different stakeholders to addressing the needs for those 50 million farmers who are impacted with these invasive invasions in their countries. So our main role in this invasive action on invasive program is about to improve and protect the countries from these invasions, and if these invasions are arrived, so how we can improve our strategies for dealing with these biological invasions. And as you may know, so these biological invasions or invasive pests yearly causing around $1.4 trillion loss in the economy. So that's why this is a really important topic and to this, and this pest surveillance program is also one of the key, the project that you are dealing with is also one of the key area in dealing with these biological invasions or invasive invasions in the country. So how we are working in this action on invasive program? So we are working with the stakeholders, with the national institutions or research institutions, and developing their capacity and developing the knowledge information resources and collecting this data and providing some supports to these stakeholders. And the third component in this is about the community engagement. So we're creating some awareness programs and campaigns for those invasive pests in the area, in the bordering areas, and with the creating this awareness for the community to understand about this risk and to understand if the pest is there, so what mitigation practices can be used. And lastly, so we are working with the national institutions, with their research institutions, and Cabby's own research teams to develop some solutions for the mitigation of these pests and diseases, and some solutions in advance. We have to work on that. So these all packages will give an outcome towards the management or keep an eye on these invasive pests so that this will create an impact for handling this 50 million farmers or communities which are impacted with this biological program. Okay, so this is one of the program, and now we are having this another program on the Plant-Wise Plus. This Plant-Wise Plus also merged with the action of invasive and our Plant-Wise Classic program, where we are building a new or a kind of our improved plant health system. So where we are addressing this plant health system in the country can address and will help on the prediction. So giving the training and providing such tools so that the pest we can predict the invasion of some of the invasive invasions in the countries, and then we developing some smart tools that will helpful for as a kind of a user-friendly tools where these biosecurity teams in the countries, they can use those tools for the surveillance purpose and spot out those on time spotting these issues, and also developing some measures for the management of this. So and lastly, prepare. So if these invasions are happening, so how we can prepare? So developing some protocols, developing methodologies and SOPs. So this is the main emphasis in our plant-wise program: is predict, prevent, and prepare. So that we are aware of all these invasive threats, and we are ready to handle these things. But I understand. So as I see in today's presentations from the country teams, sometimes it looks very easy to saying, but implementing really have a different challenges is there. So that's why, for the sustainability point of view, these kind of tools that we are having, these are really very helpful for us to analyze these informations. Okay, now I come to some of the CABI resources or the digital tools available to help in conducting this PRA, pest risk analysis. As most of you know maybe about the CABI compendiums, we have a number of compendiums and information resources and knowledge information resources that can be used for having the information about those pests and diseases. And then we develop, because this is a compendium, a huge information, very technical information, and extracting some of the relevant information for you is really difficult for everyone to understand those information, and extracting the relevant information from out of this compendium. That's why CABI developed these two digital tools which are using the database in these compendiums or in the resources and extracting the relevant information for you, so it will be a user friendly for all of us, so to extract all the relevant information which we are needed. So we having this horizon scanning tool, and then we have the pest risk analysis tool. I will explain later. And in this case, then we are also having an invasive species discovery tool. We are working on this, and soon we will be launched that one as well. And most famous one, maybe most of you knows, where we have the plant-wise activities. We have plant-wise knowledge bank, where we have some easy to understandable information. Some fact sheets for farmers, farmer understanding fact sheets are available in these knowledge banks, and these are free to download, free to access, and online diagnostic to some extent. Some of the major pests and diseases diagnosis support is there in the knowledge bank. Yeah, I'm coming on this. Yeah. Okay, so these are the three areas where I'm working. First is the compendiums that I was telling. So these resources in the compendium, we have two compendiums, crop protection compendiums, which have almost more than covering more than 11,000 pests and diseases and weeds in these database resources. But we have around more than 3,000 pests and diseases with the detailed technical fact sheets are available, which are mainly used for technical teams with more details on their mapping, on their distribution, on their names, and their host list, and also information related to the pest risk analysis. What are the pathways for those pests and diseases? What can be the risk areas for those pests and diseases to the countries? And also the information on the management. So management all covering the IPM practices, and this all information will be generated from the database this database in these compendiums from different research papers, different reports, all the peer-reviewed information is given here. And the second is we have the invasive species compendium. Sorry, this CPC, crop protection compendium, has a subscription. So the countries have to pay the subscription fee to collect to download the information. But maybe later I will give you a good news as well. And the invasive species compendium, where this is the compendium information, all the invasive pests like fall armyworm, Tuta absoluta, this tomato leaf miners, and some other pests are which are the invasive pests, plus weeds also covering in this invasive species compendium. And this is an open access information, so you can extract the information. There are also links for the other libraries or other knowledge hubs for collecting the information. Okay, in these two compendiums, these are the knowledge resource for us to further working on the pest risk analysis. Okay, in the pest risk analysis, the first step is horizon scanning of the pests which are available. So for example, this horizon scanning tool help the countries for generating a list of the potential pests. For example, you want to import a commodity from X country, then you have to know about, okay, what this commodity is and what are the pests are already available in those countries. So in this horizon scanning tool, you will provide the details of the commodity, which commodity you want to import, what's the commodity type, is you are importing the seeds, you are importing fruit, you are importing some seedlings or planting materials, and then country name, and where you want to import your country, exporting country name and details. And then you will search in this horizon scanning tool. So this will give you all the potential list of the pests and diseases linked with those commodities that you want to import in your country. And then secondly, now you have the one list of those pests and diseases which is present in the importing country. And now you want to know, okay, from this list you want to shortlist. And then there is another filter, so you can see, okay, which pest and disease is already present in my country. So then you can select those one, and those pest list will be shortlisted to those potential threats. And there are different filter options are there, so you can play with this filter option to reach to the shortlisted pests and diseases which can be the potential risk for your country. This is one area where we have to work. And similarly, this horizon scanning tool is also helpful for conducting this pest surveillance program. For example, you want to know in your neighboring areas, in your neighboring countries, you don't want to import export, but you want to understand what's the different pests and diseases available in the neighboring countries in around your country. So you can see their pest list already reported, and then you can see which are the potential pests, and this will be a good source for the surveillance program. So like we see, so we want to know, okay, what can be the threat for Malaysia, for example, from the surrounding countries, or what pest is available in Thailand and its neighboring countries can be a risk. So these horizon scanning can also be useful for pest surveillance program for the country as well. So and this is also supported by from our compendium informations. Okay, and the second one is the pest risk analysis. So we shortlisted the pests from the horizon scanning, and now we have to be specifically thinking about to understand or to do the detailed pest risk analysis of these number 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 pests. Then we go for, and this horizon scanning tool is also linked with the pest risk analysis tool. The information, the shortlisted information will go automatically to your PRA tools, and these PRA tools, then you can have there is a list of then you have the list of these pests here, and from this pests you can start one by one doing the PRA informations in there. I think here, if you see in the horizon scanning tool, these are the pest names are there, and here the links are also given from CPC, from Crop Protection Compendium. You can click on this link and you can have the details of the technical fact sheets of those pests and diseases. Okay, so these PRA tools following the standards of ISPM 2 and 11. So having the pest risk assessment, so probability of entry of those pests and disease in your country, for the establishment, for spread in your country, and economic consequences of this pest and disease. And this is a kind of a database system, so you just have to key in the information. There are questions are there, you have to answer those questions. For information, if you need the information from CPC, you can have the technical data sheets is there. Some information relevant to PRA is also given there. And that's really helpful for doing the PRA, getting the information from that source. You can also use the other sources of information as well, and plus the technical information from this. And this way we can do both ways, either PRA through pathway and PRA by pest. So we have to select from here when we are conducting a new PRA, pathway related or pest related PRA we want to do. And this following all the processes, you are moving forward to next step. Firstly, we need to answer about the probability of entry. There are different number of questions are there. You have to answer those questions, go for the next level for establishment, spread. Okay. And then we have we analyze this information, and automatically this information is generated into the system. And at the end, there is a summary tables will be there which highlight the green, yellow, and red categories. Okay, these are the high risk or medium risk or low risk pests. So this information we can get from there. So if you need some more information, you can write to me, and we can write to pra@kabi.org. Okay, and we already conducted in last 1 or 2 years. We conducted different horizon scanning workshops, PRA trainings in all of our countries. So these are the countries which are already using CPC, horizon scanning tools, and PRA tools. I highlighted those countries from our Southeast Asia region. So Indonesia is very good and using these platforms, and Vietnam to some extent they are also using. Philippines are also using. Malaysia is also using. So these countries, these are the countries who we provide them. In most of the countries we provided the free access under the NPPO agreement with us, with IPPC Sports. We are providing the free access. This is the good news. As I said, CPC is paid, but no, these countries can get a free access to CPC using the horizon scanning tools and also the PRA tools for. Okay. So next come to the our another experience with Kabi is the pest risk information service. Okay, we need this information. We collect this information. We did the PRA. We know this is the pest is the high risk problem, but how this information reach to the and from other angles, how we can collect this information and reach to the farmer level. So this information system, so this was tested in Africa. Sorry, again, yesterday Ravi said everything goes to Africa. But anyhow, this was also in 4 countries in Africa. It's a 5-year project. So we are just finishing this project, where we are working on. This is a unique in that sense. We are collecting the Earth observations, weather informations. And we having the real-time weather data, and we cabins with the help, so we generated the pest models, and based of all these informations, we analyzing this information and generating the pest models for in this case, and these pest information models, they are a source for early warning system. So where they are giving a early warning for farmers to be prepared, and they can do some interventions. Okay, so in this case, the farmers are getting the right information in case of an early, before the invasion or before the pest has to be arrived there. So this has the four main components. We have the partners with the Assimilia and UK Agency for Environmental Data Analysis, and they are working on weather-based earth-based weather information and real weather informations, and KBE along with the country's teams developing the pest models. And based on this information, and also one of our KBE plant-wise program, which are having the real informations or from the pest Department of Extension, the informations on the pest and diseases coming in, and these three components generate and do this modeling, and information is used for the modeling and generate the messages for the farmers. And this information dissemination mechanism, we are using different SMS approach. In these four countries, we linked with some mobile companies. These mobile companies are providing these early warning messages to those farmers. Okay, this is the weather condition, this is the crop, and this is already based on the data. So please be conscious about this pest can be the problem, and you have to be aware about these things. And similarly, we are using some social media apps and broadcasting mechanisms for communicating this information. Yeah, this is the flow chart of the informations. And similarly, the good thing is in this case, when we having this information from farmers, we are also feeding back this into the system. So although we are generating this information going into the system, and some of the information that coming as a feedback from the farmers and translating into a technical information and feeding back into the system. So then this is a way where we are also getting the real-time information through the farmers who are receiving these informations. In these four countries, we work on 3 crops and 15 pest models we identify, and these are the maps, and information is generated, and based on this number of days when we need to take the actions, so accordingly we are providing information to them. So in these 5-year projects, we reached to 1.8 million farmers who are engaged with this, for providing trainings, for linking with them, providing mobile services, messages services for them. And there is return of investment. So this is all done by our external donors studies, and around 13% increase in yield. So for doing the early management or timely decisions, taking the timely decisions on this. So what's the next? So we know we are thinking, because this project is ending, now we are looking for price 2.0, where we are further moving towards more scaling up towards more crops, maybe, and in the new countries as well. And we are also looking for different other partners. They in the discussions to addressing not only the pests and diseases, maybe some information on the climate change, on the drought, on extreme temperatures, and some other scopes which are also the source of the production risk there. So this will contribute to the crop management. So this is all about the price, and thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed Fahim. We really appreciate that. Presentation has been loaded. It's loaded with lots of information, insights, knowledge that you can tap into and leverage off, and see those tools and how you can take advantage of those. And of course, reach out to Mohammed to see how you can, take advantage of that. So now, I don't know what it's now 12, okay? All right. We are meant to break for lunch at 12:30. But before that, we've got a half-an-hour presentation from Dr. Ian Newman on Plant Surveillance Network, Australasia Pacific. And right after that, after lunch, we still have discussion group and topics still within the theme of surveillance engagement and management. So I just want to be inclusive and have unanimous agreement, democratic, we discuss, on the issues. I don't know how we can proceed from here, because he's made a presentation. Some of you may have questions. Yes. Fantastic. Excellent. So we go straight to Ian Newman before asking him questions. That's assuming. Do you have a question? Okay, Ian, we'll take one question from Rosha, then from there, thank you.
Thank you for being such a wonderful master of ceremonies. I'm inspired. Not a question, and I'll also take less than 5 minutes, but I just wanted to build on Dr. Fahim's presentation. CABI has been a tremendously powerful partner for the STDF, and listening to some of the pests that you were in your priority lists and for which you developed protocols and surveillance plans, I also want to share with you that CABI has, through funding from the STDF, done an excellent effort to deal with false codling moth for fruits and vegetables in East Africa, specifically Uganda. One of our most successful projects has been implemented by CABI to target false codling moth, because that has been a reason of huge interception and alerts from the European Union. So this is one example I want to share with you. Then a recent new project that I am following, and we just secured funding of 1 million, involves Uganda, Kenya, and Burundi. And CABI will implement it to control those beautiful scale insects, mealybugs, on avocado, pineapples, and a few citrus fruits that are coming from the East African region. The target market is again the EU mainly, or also Japan. But we are integrating their plant-wise program. And also, they are going to provide a valuable service working with bridging the gap between the NPPO and Extension Service Office. So this project is just, we've just approved it. We haven't even signed the contract with CABI, but it is the first one for us where we are just saying, okay, mealybugs are beautiful, but we really need to tackle them. And so that is a project that I thought, because I know that it's a problem for Malaysia. And then Fahim and I have come together through a project that I mentioned yesterday, which is for peppercorn, and includes Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam. And we have involved a model called the Participatory Guarantee Scheme. And Fahim is, I can say on his behalf, is available during the coffee break to take any questions on that project. It has an overarching food safety component, but it also intrinsically links back to several plant health issues. And as we spoke about this morning, germplasm, they have developed an excellent code of practice based on good agriculture practices for this value chain. And I think the fantastic effort that they have done is that they are not looking at the issue in silos, but they're really concentrating on every control point in the value chain, including marketing and connecting farmers with buyers. So don't come to me for questions on this project. Fahim is your person. He has been an excellent project manager. I wish all my project managers made my life this easy. Well, Dr. Ian's team is also, really, I don't need to do much with them. Things just flow very smoothly. But yes, he is, based in your region, and he can provide you some guidance as well. So thank you. 5 minutes?
Yes, done. Thank you very much, Roshan. That was good feedback.
Just
okay. 2 minutes.
Okay. No, 1 minute only.
Okay.
Just to say that in the PRA thing, so we are most welcome, CABI being a CABI, and all for our Southeast Asian and Pacific Asian countries. If you are interested in arranging these trainings on, because I see there are new staffs are coming in, and we already have given the access to all these countries. If someone is not having access, you can please contact me. I can arrange the things for your countries, and also we can arrange some training programs as well. So I think in October we are having one session with Malaysia team as well on this. So, but for other countries are most welcome. Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Give a round of applause. Let those who have ears hear and act. If Fahim is here, talk to him. Caro, have a second.
Just going to ask if your if the CABI PRA training aligns with the IPPC PRA e-learning. Yeah. Okay, good.
100%, thank you. Dr. Ian Newman.
Okay, this is still with respect to the CABI presentation. Firstly, I'm really glad to know that the full CABI compendium is now available much more widely, having paid for subscriptions for a number of countries in the region over project leftovers for many years. That's great. Does anybody remember my presentation on the management, surveillance and management of the Australian plague locust? And there was one graphic where we had surveillance data and soil data and climate and in the middle of my slide there was nothing, but the words implied were, and here a miracle happens. And the miracle is the suite of modelling tools and risk analysis tools that our Plague Locust Commission people use to produce the risk maps, the heat maps. So in a sense, that little central portion and the collection of data that goes into it for the plague locust problem is the analogue of PRIZE. And so I think all of you quickly realize that if you have access to the PRIZE concept, it's not going to tell you where, or you or a farmer, whether tomato leaf miner is a risk in Cambodia if the rainfall goes above so many millimeters per month. PRIZE is a way to do it, but it is data hungry, immensely data hungry and knowledge intensive. So if you have a lot of data about how a pest behaves in your particular systems, then this is terrific. But if you don't, then you need a big project to make PRIZE work for you, make the PRIZE concepts work for you. The other thing I want to pick up on is the horizon scanning facility. Now I hope Ms. Conservan remembers about 6 weeks ago we sat in PPC and ran some searches for Lao PDR using the horizon scanning tool. And we typed in, I think, what was the risk for, what pests were risks if a commodity was to be transferred from China to Laos. So many lines in the printout. And Ms. Conservan, because she knows a lot about pests and diseases in Laos, said, oh, already have that, already have that, already have that. So the tool is only as good as the databases that CABI compile. So if you're not feeding information either directly to CABI through the NPPO or through publications in the public domain, the CABI compendium will still spit out more risk species than is real. And that undermines the value of the tool if there's too much noise. So And I have one afternoon, some time ago, I compiled a list. Can you read it at the back? A list of websites, freely available websites and resources, which I thought on a wet, cold Sunday afternoon in Canberra, these are the sorts of places I would go to if I were concerned about things over the horizon. The Cabby Compendium is one, and the tools described here are one set of those links there. IPPC, FAO, SEBRA, CRC, PHA, none of those things mean much to you, but there are lots of other things. So if you are concerned about horizon scanning, Cabby tool is one of your most powerful tools, but there are others, and others use different ways to scan the horizon. So there's more to it than that. I think that's what I want to follow up on the Cabby presentation, and thanks so much for Fahim. And in passing, perhaps you also would have realized that if the modeling is used for pests or diseases of interest to you, there is a big data management challenge for yourself, not just in collecting data, but in the long term.
Thank you, Dr. Ian Norman. We're about to head for lunch. Do you have time for the next presentation, or do you want to do it after? No, do it. Excellent, thank you.
So I want to talk to you about an opportunity which is free, like the goodies that Cabby can offer now. Oh, this is so hard to read in my notes here. I want to introduce you to something which you can go to at your leisure on the web, Australia's Plant Health Surveillance Network, formerly called Plant Surveillance Network Australasia Pacific. And this is a relatively new network with the objectives of improving surveillance skills, facilitating connections amongst people and teams that are interested in surveillance, that is amongst the surveillance practitioners, and between the people who do surveillance and the people who use the outcomes of surveillance. The network has the objective of sharing knowledge, sharing tools and resources, some of which we've heard about over the past couple of days, to make surveillance and the communication of surveillance more efficient and effective. Well, I can't read that. I think that's the button you click to find an initiative. So let's hope that that's it. So these are some of the things that are happening. An annual workshop for surveillance practitioners and people interested in the outcomes of surveillance. And after this meeting this week, Carol and I will Zoom back to Australia. No, not Zoom, we can't use that word like that anymore. We will go physically back to Australia, and in Melbourne we will attend the annual diagnostics and surveillance workshop. The diagnosticians and the surveillance people are getting together in the one rooms next week. So there's an annual workshop, which is an exchange of technical information as well as strategic thinking. There is a project to develop standards for surveillance protocols specifically for exotic pests that are of interest or concern to Australia. And of course, you know all about developing surveillance protocols. You've done that again and again for the STDF project. There's also a project to assist agencies and teams to put priorities on their surveillance. Which targets are the most important? And for, as I said yesterday, some targets for surveillance are obvious to everybody. But as you continue to think about where to put your surveillance resources, as you develop increasingly complex trade relationships, as your appreciation of the risks to your agricultural commodities grow, then it becomes harder and harder to decide where you will put your precious resources, dollars or baht or kip or chats, and your even more precious human resources, where you will put those. So there's a project to try and develop a systematic way of deciding how to prioritize. And there are professional development program. There's a professional development program. All of these things are relatively new. There's not a lot of substance in each of those. They're relatively new. And for the professional development program, there's a small residential program. That's where the Australian government provides money to individuals to go and sit with somebody to do to improve their skills in surveillance or the diagnostics or information management components of surveillance. And there have been some training workshops where a large number of people come together to learn how to perform surveillance in a consistent fashion. So for the residential program, that's what we call these things, residentials. Workshop or a training event, individuals or one or two people going to learn new techniques or how to or to get some exposure to a particular technology or an activity that is already running. A residential could also include just going to where a surveillance activity or where an expert is active, just to watch and see how it is done. Residentials can improve the work in the field or the learning how to improve your capacity for the work in the field. It can be sampling and as a focus for it, or how to transfer material or prepare material to get it back to the lab for diagnostics or further processing. We've also had this idea in Australia that it might be useful to get some of the office-based people or the policy people, the managers who never go out and get their boots muddy or get rained on, to go out and participate ever so briefly in a surveillance program to understand why it is so difficult to perform things according to the plan, crafted very neatly on a piece of paper or in Microsoft program or in a Microsoft tool. Or residential could include arranging for an expert to come and visit you to train in private training in a particular skill, be it a field-based skill or a diagnostic skill. But that's the kind of things that we are trying to start to develop in Australia, and my department is kicking most of the money into that, but the state departments of agriculture, recognising their needs, are also funding some of their people to do some of these kinds of things. And you will recognise a lot of these activities have been part of our STDF project in one form or another. I can't read that. There are not many, but there are a few printed resources available on that website, and you can get at these things. These are quite technical resources. Here are a couple of examples of very dense technical analysis on sampling, in this case sampling seeds, to try and come up with procedures which are both consistent with international standards and also operationally feasible and consistent with the operational requirements of the private sector. And there's another paper there that I picked out, which is on which looks at a couple of models for describing the dispersal of pests in the event of an invasion. That's the kind of thing that you might like to consult or use in the event of an incursion, and you're having to design a surveillance program to delimit the distribution of that new pest. So that thing, all you need to know is that black button with words you can't read. Can anybody read what that button says? Or is it just my old eyes? Join. Click. And then there's a little bit more effort, you know, you have to type your name in and you have to put in your email and maybe where you belong. Join. So that's the network. What is available to you is what I quickly skipped through, the website. There's no reason you couldn't jump on a plane and come to the meeting with Carol and I next week. We would be pleased to have you there. But you're not eligible for the residential funding. That money would have to come from somewhere else. If you wanted to come to Australia to improve your skills in the identification of leaf hoppers, because you have discovered, we now know that leaf hoppers are the vectors of the VWAP phytoplasma. You have to get your money from somewhere else. But the network is there, and one of the things that I mentioned was that an objective is to create linkages to surveillance professionals, people interested in surveillance outside the country. Some Pacific Island people have signed up, some Pacific Island professionals have signed up, Australians and New Zealand, anybody here even heard about that? Okay, now you have. 1 minute over lunch.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ian Newman. And could we please give a round of applause to Ian Newman? And thanks for that insights. And please take advantage of the PSNAP. So my chairwomanship, chair leadership ends right here officially. So I'm going to hand this over to Jay Idipon.
Okay, thank you, Beth. So this is time for everyone is waiting, right? It's lunch time. Today we have it's like a ticket for everyone. Before you leave,
I will distribute the coupon for you. You have to show to Chatuchak Cafe.
In front of in the same room as yesterday. So we will be back in 1 hour in 13:30. And also we have the brainstorm in this afternoon. So don't eat too much. You may sleep. Okay.
Before we go to lunch, Carol, Bosi, Sutikno, maybe Tang, could we just get together for 2 or 3 minutes before we break for lunch?
Okay, see you in 1 hour.
เช็ครายชื่อก่อนเช็ครายชื่อ
Hello. So welcome everyone back from lunchtime. I hope you enjoy lunchtime for enough energy to brainstorm in this afternoon. So now we sit in a separate group with maybe two participants in one group of each country. So I will pass this introduction to Dr. Ian Norman to explain something. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jay. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Now, can anybody see? I can see them. I can see them. No, you cannot just creep in and sit at your usual table. Malaysian delegates, could you please gather up? Rasmawati is here. Welcome. Okay. I hope you all had a good lunch. And this afternoon is an opportunity for a different format because we are, I think, all tired of just sitting and listening. And we have a couple of questions for each group to work through. And the purpose of this is both to obtain some information which we would use when we are reporting on the project, but also we are asking you to think about some issues that remain at the end of the project. As you are, the questions are in short form are in the program itself, and they are also on a separate handout. In each group, you got the separate handout when you got your goodies in the bag at the beginning of the meeting. In each group, for each group, one of my team, I will look after this group here, Bosi will look after that there and one there. In each group, Carol will look after that group there. In each group, we will try to act as facilitators and resource people, but it is for you to provide the discussion and the answers and the suggestions. In each group, before you get started on the questions, I think you know how to do this. Each group should select one person who has the nicest handwriting to write on the sheets of paper the ideas that come from the group. So the person who has the nicest handwriting can do that. You also should elect the person who has the nicest voice, who will report back to the rest of the group after afternoon tea to summarize the ideas. So in each group there are 2 elections to take place, and then we will all get on with the discussion of the topics. If, as the conversation goes on, some people think of project ideas or things that need a new funding or new activity, then on another piece of paper they can be recorded, and we can get back to those a little bit later. So does anybody? Oh, and then this group is a little bit different. We have the Philippines in virtual format. Is that right? We have, excellent, excellent. So all of the rest of you, does anybody have any questions about this afternoon's session? Good. Be brilliant. Oh, Fahim, you have a question. There are two. Look at the date. There we go.
Sorry.
There we go. Okay. If you get through all of the questions today, well, I think we can finish early tomorrow. But I think spend time to make sure we get a good response for those questions. Now we have mixed up the countries. Tang has and her helpers have mixed you all up. So it is okay, and we need to write it down. It is okay and we need to write it down if the answer or the idea is different from one country to the next, or if there are different ideas from within the same country. So we try to capture all of that. Okay, no more questions. Let's get on with it.
Who wants to decide whether we're giving a name or not? But two people. One to write, that's right. One person to write, and one to go up and present. Do you want to choose somebody? Do you want to volunteer yourself? Or do you want someone to volunteer you? Or do you want us to pick it, or do it one, or do I put a paper here and the Huh? Is that what you want? Or do we say 1, 2, 3, 4? Then I close my eyes. Then you speak. What do you want? Volunteer yourself. It's very easy. Nominate Tasha? For presenting. Fantastic. Tasha, let me tell you. Do you know why? Your job will be very easy. You will only read.
It's like reading.
That's nice, isn't it? Yeah? You just read. You want to write? You want to write? You want to write? You want to read? You just read. Okay. Who will write? Do you know the good thing about writing? Everybody else will tell you what to write. Your work is just to write. They'll think you write. It's easy. Okay. Well done. Okay.
She said her English is so weak, so she cannot write. But we can help.
Yeah.
We can help you by spelling.
Can we balance? Man. Pick. Choose among you two. Who wants?
Yeah, we should have one man and one woman.
You two, who wants? Decide. One.
Oh, you want to speak? I can help.
Two. Okay.
If you want to speak,
Speak?
You want to
okay.
speak? Okay, I write.
You speaking?
Then I write.
You write. Yay! Powerful team. All right. Let's start. Woohoo! All right. So, on the program, we've got this. We're going to discussion surveillance data management. What happens after the project ends? All right.
For example, is it important to keep a record of where you stopped for lunch on a particular day during a survey? Because you have a record of that in your diaries. Is that important in 5 years' time or 10 years' time?
We should have one database system, but as long as we don't have, we can say we should have internet provide.
Yeah. So, before we think about the database, what information or data should be retained? Before we get to the how, what should we?
Information and also identification.
John Paul, are you there? Okay. Thank you very much. Welcome, John Paul.
Can you open your camera too?
So, John Paul, we are asking the question of the group: what information or data should be should be kept for the long term, and before we think about how we keep it, what information or data should be kept for the long term? And we are and I'm waiting for somebody to make a suggestion. Mr. Idipon will write on the board as soon as the first idea comes.
You mean the data on the incidences of the pest?
The incidence of the pest.
Its location.
Location host. Host. The type of pest. Type of host. Type of host. Type of pest. Type of host. Type of pest. Type of host. Type of pest.
Level.
Location GPS. GPS or auto.
You're using your export.
Date of
So the data that you have, the pest surveillance data, what will you use it to do?
We asked the PPD this style app for input or response in steps database of pest. We use database of pest result of the SCDF in the app, and the farmer can use the pest.
So you have
crop dye
Okay, got
Evaluate your the farmer go to the field if they see pest, they can choose the pest in the on the app.
Okay.
You said you have the national data system.
Yes.
So you want to have this information, this data for this project to use with this national database system. Okay. That's also the thing.
How many of your countries have national database systems?
Yeah, but it's not available for just in computer. We also set up all the result of the surveillance is on the database, but not yet available to
Okay, so just for
data collection.
Just for data collection?
Yeah, data collection that we do the pest result, and we after after we survey, we do the base leading out, and also this the data we can do the PRA. If someone for pandemic, we can send them, and also we send them for marketing asset. For conduct the TMA, technical market assessment. And also that the information can be useful for the local staff and farmers. What is there if you went to a infectious disease? And also some result that we already for publication, and then we attend to the attending to the publication.
And we keep both positive and negative records.
And the decline. Yeah, it's
Recording in progress.
So a lot of those things are part of the data that you are the data you collect in the field. So it seems that most of the primary data you want to keep. So here we want to note somehow that a specimen was retained. So specimen plus or minus. But now, in this sort of thought, group of thoughts, we are just noting that
If we select the wrong one, then we select the direction that we are going to. I don't know.
So I think you might have to select an option which works for Thailand, which works for Laos, which works for Vietnam, which works for Malaysia. So each of you, because you're the ones that know the specifics in your country. After you develop that and use it, can you, when you're developing, you need to see, can you use it for the long term? So what did you say it was the data structure of the data management system?
Yeah, and also the security of the structure, the data structure too. Not about the confidential, but also you have to make sure that you can open the door, not lost the key.
Accessible to other countries. To other countries?
It could be some steps that allow or not allow. Yeah, sharing. There could be some steps that they can protect data, because from my experience that IFAO used to have this kind of data, but because of very first start, we didn't talk. So every data will open.
Yeah.
So if you close, all the data will close. So, but there are two customers. One is quarantine group, one is the general one. Quarantine group would like to close some data. One would like to open all. This is kind of like the level of the data that anyone could access.
It depends to our country. Each country has their own.
If you don't set the level of the data, anyone could access. So if we didn't, the group of people we use will write one while but not useful to answer certain group like the quarantine people. But if we make that data serve for quarantine people, the number we use will
That's what people can question for if they want to find another thing, it's like easy to understand something. For example, like because the data we just problem, we have to explain it, and also easy to access to the explorer as well.
From my feeling, I think the data should be benefit. Not just only keep
and benefit, everyone benefit.
But only certain data. Because as you said, it's not like quarantine data we should keep on our server. We cannot expose to other. No, I mean it's not to other. I mean we can share.
Yeah, we can share.
To our public, I don't think the quarantine pest I can show to them.
I don't know if that's a similarity too, because from my experience that when I export Australia, you have to put like a password that you are already allowed to go into that
The system, then you can
see that because some data is not validated yet. It's nothing right, nothing wrong, but not validated.
Right. All right. So could we move to the next question so that we how will you do this in your country? What should you take? We've talked about what needs to be obtained, but how will you actually ensure? How will you do it? Just figure it out. Look at your structure of your country, your organization. How will you implement that? What are the steps to doing what we have just said needs to be done for the long term? For example, what did we write, Tasha? That for the long term, was it?
For the long term, there's
Human capacity. How will you do that? And what do you need for you to be able to do what you're saying? For you to be able to implement and execute.
Maybe I'll talk about the protocols.
Yeah.
Okay, we have various protocols. Each country has their own. The ones we developed through this project. It would be good to document them, to put them together in a proper standard format. Maybe through this project, or how we do it is we can document this and then it can be made available in our country, and also what maybe Myanmar has done through the project can also be made accessible in Thailand. So we have a place where we can store all these things that we've been working on, so we can have it shared within the partners. And the people from our country, those that are coming after us, can also be able to access.
So what I am understanding, you made your protocol that is accessible in your country, but you may require a platform where Thailand protocol, Laos protocol, PNG protocol can be able to sit somewhere that any of us can access.
Yes.
Fantastic. That's a way of sharing. Yes. Tash, did you capture that?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. So a platform. Okay. Another one.
I think it's introduced that in each laboratory there is like a standard, and it can be like a publication that describes how to handle all of your insect specimens. So if you have a grasshopper, you put a pin through it. If you have a fruit fly, you put a pin through it, but a smaller pin. If you have a thrips, maybe you put it into alcohol, etc., etc. So you need a manual like that. And something like that for plant pathogens. Do you know the book, the little manual that Roger Shiver produced? On plant pathogens. Anyway, if you don't know, he is we paid him to do update. So there is a new manual, and for entomology there are manuals on it. So you need manual to describe standards for preservation. To describe standards for preservation. So now, we have here a couple of people who are experienced with handling specimens and collections. When somebody joins the surveillance team, do they already come knowing what to do with a thrips or a fruit fly or a pathogen? Do they already know everything?
Not really.
No. So the standards, it is if you understand you are going to keep some specimens, the people who know about how to look after and preserve things like forever, you need to tell the surveillance team, don't bring me a whole lot of thrips preserved between herbarium paper. Or don't bring a whole lot of plant pathogen specimens all mixed up in a plastic bag. So the surveillance team needs to be aware of the techniques that maybe only the collections people and the diagnostics people know. So that's an important thing. So that's a lot of information.
I will check with the shape.
Okay. We have estimation.
Not available.
Okay. So
we need
have,
to pay.
So we have extension and education materials.
We've got here record information about specimens and the physical thing. But what else? The results. So there are on the page, they are some of the results.
Technical for market access.
You would just write a report about something and send it to your DG. Maybe not.
And technical material? Market access. Okay, sorry.
And the market
Okay.
Violet was saying
PRA, best risk analysis, assessment, analysis, best risk analysis, I think every country is doing that, right?
Last time I conduct here.
Pest risk. Pest risk. RISK.
Information on
And you guys said you all keep your photos and the Excel spreadsheets. So photos.
And data.
Excel.
The data on Excel.
Think about your presentation today and yesterday. What did you talk about in such a formal report, and what did you talk about in the
So is this all that has come out from this project?
Yes.
Other than human capacity? Don't you have project documents other than protocols and the database? Do you have reports? Yeah, I think we need to extend them for future reference, for use, for information.
What you want me to write here?
Do you need to retain reports, or don't you want to retain reports?
Adding on
This is what
report.
we're talking about. So these are the things we want to retain. These are them, and that will all come in the form of a report.
The report is in the good database, I think.
It's a part of the report.
It's a part of the report. Report should be in here.
Answer the question I talked about is documented and is shared.
That's it, documentation.
Good database / documentation.
Yes.
No?
Answer the question too.
Documentation.
Which one?
How did you do this?
Oh, so what should be retained? How will you do it? The second question two.
Oh, question two.
What's the question two? We discussed one.
I know that's right, but we need to cut it out real quick here because we're not
How will you do
time.
this in the
We're on track. Okay. Okay. Let's exhaust them as much as we can. So that, all right. So how will you do this in your country?
And then documented.
Okay. Marilyn says something here. Marilyn.
To write it in short, what I said documented and shared.
That's right. And share.
Share. Yes. I share my protocols. Sharing
amongst, yeah, amongst each other. But these are dot points. When discussing, we are gonna unpack them when you're talking. All right. Everything.
Documenting is like a whole report.
Everything.
Yeah.
You have your data, you have your protocols, you have your results, whatsoever, have them all documented.
Yeah.
And then we have to share.
Please.
Everyone. Yeah. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No. Let me tell you. Good.
Okay. But if we have more time, we can go up there. We have looking after.
There are the extension materials. Yep, good. I didn't think of that. That's good. I forgot about that.
Dissemination of the information. This method of the information, right, to the extension worker, to the other
Extension materials, like posters and things. There is still one other category that I think it is important for an organisation.
Pest list.
The pest list, yes, that's an outcome of the surveillance, yes. Pest list. Think back to the beginning of the project, to the inception. We talked about, this is a plan for the project. What we have proposal, findings. What did we spend? We were in Malaysia for about a week. What did we do? In the store. National plan. Yes, so that's the issue of the project. The plan says we will go to Centara, when you find a citrus tree, this is what you get. So the plan and the protocol. One more thing. What did you do? What did you spend on those? Many days.
แล้วก็มีรถเข็นมีคาซีไหมคะพี่เอาไม่เป็นไรค่ะ
They're the things that I could think of, and some explanations that I didn't have. So good.
Yeah, but probably
Okay. We decide
to popularize public awareness. Yes. Link to the SPDF
for example,
This morning talking about postal flyer. Publicize the farmer. Yes, awareness material. Awareness material. Link to relevant website like CDL.
What is it?
No.
That Facebook?
And also
Specimen do we agree it's sort of departmental? So how do we do it in detail? Firstly, for specimens, should the surveillance team keep the specimens, or should they go somewhere else? To get funding from this also new project, good project. So for example, in Malaysia, first question. You said information is kept at departmental level in PPO. In Malaysia, how do you sort out this business? So where do the specimens sit? Gene or Kuala
It's not every day, but different each day. Today is for math, not every day. I will tell you some details. Please, I'm not in Bangkok. I'm around Bangkok. In there. Check yourself. I recommend
But the farmers and the provinces of Thailand, they don't need the specimens. They don't need to fix back up in Chiang Mai.
We get a literacy provision.
That's right. It's not a point.
We will send you whatever you can do, your activities, latest information, plus notification from the national.
Because of the loss of trust, because of the commitment that I get, famous food, not travel. Yeah, but not Central in the CBD in Bangkok.
Some places maybe some representatives
It's like a China. This is your car already. Yes. Can leave before as well. No, I think
Ladprao we have to what will be prioritization? Priority for surveillance Cambodia, priority surveillance in your country.
There are two things to hang on to, maybe come back to them. One is internal database resource, and one is almost publication and communication. So battery reference specimens and voucher specimens, collections are a lot of trouble. They require maintenance, budget. If you can, it's better to have one place where you keep the collections, invest in that, storage conditions, and leave those storage of the collections to the people who know about that, and the people who do surveillance, and then go off and do the next surveillance work, and not worry about from the previous.
Market access.
Now, returning to the points that we just made, we come to the question of how to make things that we have saved, personal information records, how do we make them available to how does if the information from the STDF project is stored in SIMs, nobody else except the can see it. If information is stored in the departmental database that you mentioned, can everybody in the Department of Agriculture see it? It's gone. So let's have a very specific example. Currently information 626 the Department of Agriculture Thailand
because of the
demand. One laptop with all of the surveillance, pathology and entomology in one laptop. Two. One. Did you make a copy for safety somewhere? You have a backup somewhere? What? We already agreed. We already agreed there. We want to keep this for a long time. When you are both promoted to Deputy Director General and never think about these things before, and nobody remembers the laptop already not working.
It's already in the neighboring country.
What's the plan? What is your plan? Department of Agriculture Thailand, what is your plan? You can back up the data, but how does anybody know where to go? Back up with enough land. On the cloud, and how does any, and you are already Deputy Director General for one, and you are Deputy Director General for another thing. You don't think about this anymore, and you cannot remember the password. My question is, I cannot answer this question. Which department needs a plan? Well, not just STDF. STDF project maybe. program, or maybe just more surveillance for other things related to trade, so it's not necessarily everything anymore. There are also records in there that were paid for by STDF, but there may be records in there paid for by something else. It is DOA. What do you do?
One day they said, you are going to fetch another variety of banana.
Basically, it's all
So this is part of the problem. I think it is also part of the answer. If you make data accessible to people, then there are many people who say, what happened to it? Where is it? And the chance that some system to continue to make it available to provide but if you don't know anybody about it, so farmers or researchers or anybody have access to it, then they will have no interest. There will be nobody saying, what happened to that data? Where is it? If you don't have any users there, then it will just you won't evaporate, nobody will So I think you need departmental policy for this kind of thing, and you have to work out which access to this, because they will provide the support for the system to continue, whatever that system is.
The next is the priority. Be done better in the future. Or do you think your I think networking with the neighboring countries. That's
Let us imagine some different kind of users of this information. Some of that. So there are different kinds of information.
Too many years ago, but not
Who are the users of this information? At the moment, it's like the surveillance team, not all information, but who are some users of this
Recording in progress.
So that's what we had on the previous sheet as a policy about information. But the other policies like market spend more money in the latest technology, higher surveillance or something like that.
innovation, whatever. Jargon. But that word is good for undependency. Surveillance. Surveillance. Technology of surveillance. What's that? Is that training and workshop?
We also have like senior managers or senior managers and private industry, private sector, industry/private sector. I'm not a good facilitator, we are slow. Okay, maybe we could think of some more, but let's not go on too much. Would they each want to be able to see the same information? No, so perhaps a way of summarizing or coming away from this point is that we probably need to create like a table for researchers. They would like university people, maybe for the teachers, they would like to see the protocol of the report. For senior manager, what's the report? For the training officer, maybe something about identification. The specimen, maybe some of the researchers. Maybe but senior managers. So you don't have to do it now, but you would have something like that.
One by one? Meaning this question, we must separate minister first. Dealing with the minister.
So some of these people are
minister come to your office. He will sack you. Briefing first. That is quite a brief.
This is like the most
prepare briefing notes. He said it's going to me, the minister. We need to prepare ourselves. Briefing on what? Just on the
I don't know it's there.
Because different process. Then you bring the TG to
My suggestion is that when you work out what the different needs, perhaps, for example, the university person, you might want to be able to find the protocol and like maybe the reports. So then you decide, okay, I should publish either publish the protocol itself in detail, or I publish and the report in detail, or you might add the name of the protocol and an abstract of the report or something. Into the public domain on your website, and then Google will find it. There are more sophisticated things you can do, as Shivani said, so you get specimens out there, published on the website, okay, let's push on. I talked about the network, and you can click and join the network. Is that all that you would do? And wait to see what appears on the website? Or do something else? Do something else.
See, you can detail now.
Here, I think everybody is very
country.
passive. How to take advantage of it. No, this is just a network. The little presentation I made, the network. It's just a network of people and the things that they do. Well, there's a mailing list. On the website there are some publications and everything more. And the network organises training activities and workshops. The money to pay for it is to participate in activities funded by from Australian institutions and from my department. Money not available from my department
We need to separate out. What we need to do, community, university, professional, because they are experts.
The situation at the moment is that you know about the website and you have the network and you can sign up. So you will get some things mailed out. Nobody else knows what you are doing. Nobody knows. People in the room here know that the MRT is good at online surveillance and IT surveillance. The network is just trying to grow and is looking for things that make the more vibrant.
So what you do?
Yeah.
Very yes.
You could, if you perhaps publish the results of Anaderma surveillance in the south or the work on Western flower grips, like formal scientific publications or even very informal report. You could send that to the coordinator of the network and they would include it in the mail out or the newsletter. They don't have a newsletter yet, the newsletter, or to put it on the website and send people a note. And then they start to see. Maybe the people in Tasmania in the south see what is contributed from here and people in Queensland who are concerned with tropical and subtropical infection disease. Knows a lot about common and local surveillance.
Extension, what else is that?
Awareness. Knows a lot about
communities.
citrus diseases and surveillance. Maybe you have a new protocol or an improvement on an old protocol. Even if we are trying to grow better coffee, our coffee is nowhere good as
the next one?
Now, to give some information about what is done for surveillance for coffee there. My general point, the point is, one word, contribute. Don't get too shy. Now, maybe you don't know exactly what format, but if you were to write to me, Carol, so we would like to contribute to the network and describe the surveillance we have done for a topic. That is a very important and maybe the best that you have, not a girl in Australia, but training for contact. People know what involvement we have.
Like for instance,
in Australia we are worried about some of which are outside this building, some of them are outside your building, some of them are there in your country but present. Our experts would love to see these things, I've never seen them.
and training is for what? Really? It's only for farmers, the training?
They're not like
but different level. Yeah, yeah.
So you could be but it's not just alien stuff. You learn to listen without
I think we move on. The last question. What have you learned from pest inflation? Malaysia ada apa yang baru inflation?
And I said that there isn't funding from the existing sources, but if you want to do it next year,
you have all PNG. So what is lesson learned? What have you learned?
The next question is a bit hard.
The lesson of for Abiwa.
Prioritization. How do you decide on priorities? How does it happen in Thailand?
Control plan.
How did you decide?
But is that one is not lesson. The lesson.
Citrus.
You know,
Pineapple.
the lesson is it's too late. That is lesson that we need to be reading with the younger side. Is that too late for everybody? Yet lost.
We're really glad that you pay attention to that.
Can you remind us of what this is? Because reminder in each country you have new reminder. In what crop? Not prepare for like for instance, you cannot identify, the meaning is not taxonomy on that particular social lesson. Then the last one. But because for her, but I do not know whether she can present clearly, hopefully. Yeah.
So then we'll go for another 10 minutes and then break for after.
Yeah, and then come back. Okay. Yeah, so you can touch your, it's not ready. Because of that also, you not like, so not ready. No, but when you talk, she cannot tell. Time lag. Not prepared. Preparedness is not there.
Not prepared, not fast.
Yeah, not prepared with the budget also.
If the minister has a banana farm, then
we try to respond as fast as we can, and we found that the chemical that could
not developed.
Yeah, we have to try.
Control method
not be impatient,
available.
but if something new turns up, then it is not economically
Specifically for army, no.
There's a test of the environment, but it's not ready to drop into the environmental tests,
Oh, dossier.
Is it true
Dossier.
that for this nuclear, when you have to decide where to put
You prepare the dossier.
money,
Yeah.
like opportunity for us to decide, you just do your best and decide if you need some money in the year. Or if you later you have a system.
Why do you prepare this?
To decide. If you have
Dossier is a
new
document.
environmental test,
But because sometimes this person is coming
to Japan,
out of the blue, like we are mentioned about we thought government is not going to know, but suddenly it's for 3 years.
So the next question is quite
Basically, it's preferred. Yeah, no,
because they have
we need to show them the effects of it. One is for the country state, and then that's the first one. The first one that we need to see. Balance. We should No. Usually, when it affects they will affect the well-being of the world. Usually, that's how we look social media.
No? No.
Will affect or you can influence the well-being of the well-being action. We will testing, but we will know what is the weak point. notice any escalation. So the loss will be like this big. Even affecting this crop, the production is this increase of production. That's why the loss of money will like draw their attention.
So do you have emergency response strategy? How to tackle the inflation? Do you have it? Do you have that? Do you have that? So you prepare for that, to look at. But the plan is there, national plan, in case you have right. But is there any document that is already prepared? What about Myanmar? Do you have a document mentioning about emergency response? So, in case.
So they have a level
But you have the emergency response, the national flag. In case this person coming, you must do this.
Side to engagement and communication. You get information out there, resources come back, people respond.
No, but I mean, which country have, what country don't have it? The question is whether you don't have it. The Asian country so you need to be ready for that. Huh? Yeah. Right, you need to prepare the response plan for that particular. Okay. You have also? ASEAN country? Because here is only ASEAN. And PNG, sorry. You have it? You have it? A tomato is mine. No. Last don't say Pacific, the country have. Okay. So what else? So, okay. It is already.
Because remember we were talking about some people don't know.
Correct.
Do they have some?
That's why I asked him. They said they have. Yeah. Because I'm questioning them whether any, in case in person coming, you must do this, do this. They said have, this have. So means national plan. Prepare. Oh, but not preparing budget. Only document, no budget. But Malaysia don't have budget. Oh, if no budget.
If there's no budget, if it comes tomorrow morning at 12 they should be have some sort of budget. So then we can ask for the bigger ones. I think that is some opportunity.
medicinal production, tomato production. Yeah. You know? Yeah. Yes. Having such an engagement and getting knowledge of activities in your neighborhood country. Yeah.
How do you give yourself a
Which country is the nearest, which is already have no. What I mean is that which country they have
by mistake you have written the answer to my question.
Yang ada India ke, ada Pakistan, Bangladesh, you can Google it. You can Google it. You check because why? She suggested.
But by accident, you have written the answer.
No budget, international response plan. How you implement it? So we need you need to revise that to include the budget.
So, for
Western Asia, Afghanistan, Western Asia, Indonesia.
Weeks or months beforehand, you were never going to do it, not possible to
because if that is India and is nearest, it is Myanmar. So they need to be ready.
from in your house. Try to prepare when it is on the doorstep, ideally when it is down the street.
Don't quote. There is a report already in Vietnam and Thailand. But of course, no.
They say Vietnam.
Myanmar. But no official report.
That's it.
No official official report. There's a security found. So how?
Can perform surveillance quickly. You know the techniques. You can take us in the internet, and they can quickly, like you hear about a pest, and as we dig to work out where it is, that surveillance team can gather its
unreported or unpublished report. It's already shown some
training.
unofficial report.
How to use
Say that is already
that's one example.
other country which is not
We can
must be ready.
We can continue, but am I in charge here? Percy? Am I in charge?
In some countries, you need to mention the country. In some countries,
Because for them, everything is inside. So
some countries, Muslim countries, already.
I was just reminded I forgot that I was in charge. I think that seems to have gone quite well. Some people faster than others. My group slowed down because I talked too much. I think we should break now for afternoon tea. Maybe come back at about 3:30 or so. If people want to bring their cup of coffee back in here, I suppose it is allowed, but better to take a little break. Come back at 3. Now, where is Roshan? Because Roshan was making herself available around this time for any discussions about project ideas. If she is about, then, and you have an idea, then please talk to her. But I suggest now that we break for afternoon tea, stand outside and relax for a few minutes with snack. Then we will come back in here about 3:30. I know that means that it'll be longer than that, but anyway. And then the person who was elected to speak for each group will try to present their group's best ideas from the board. Okay, afternoon tea time. What we have to do this afternoon? Yes, yep. We have reports from the three groups. I have to do some business with a couple of people, signing some documents, and we have you available to talk to people. So, if that suits you, that's probably a good idea.
What suits me and what suits you?
So what I'll do is, when everybody gets back, I will explain that, and then you can repeat what you are going to do. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, we have a couple of things to do this afternoon. We will have reports from each of the discussion groups, and how we will do this, I think, is that maybe that group can report first, 2, and then 3. If the spokesperson for the group notices that maybe when group 2 reports, they may notice that some ideas that they had have already been covered by group 1, then you can say, this already we talk about or explained, don't have to report completely or repeat things, but it's up to you how you report. Okay. So it will be that group reporting first. The camera will record what's going on, and then after that is finished and any questions answered, then it will be this group's turn to report, and I think that people will have to come closer to be able to see the writing, and the camera will follow over to there. And then we will go to here, and so you all have to come a little closer to be able to read, and the camera will follow over there. So that is one thing. In the middle of the room, you can see Roshan has taken up residence. Roshan, why are you sitting in the middle of the room?
Our friend Bossy. They were calling me and she said you've been looked for. What I couldn't tell her on the phone is that I am here to extract the 1 million from the room to see who has the best project idea. So on this table, it's not just me alone, it's also the $1 million US. Yes. Yes. So if I get kidnapped tonight, I walk myself into that situation.
Okay. There will also be, we hope, some more ideas coming even on Friday from discussions. Okay, now the third. About 10 minutes is probably enough. About 10 minutes talking. Now, and the third thing, Bosi, do we have some business to do to transact with some other groups, signing some representatives, signing documents and handover things?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, so that will be Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar.
No, it's going to be Cambodia, PNG,
and PNG.
And Malaysia.
Uh-huh.
You're talking about the document.
Document signing handover, and I need to talk to Vietnam about plan for Vietnam. Okay, we do that afterwards. That is informal. Okay, so the first thing, the report from the group over in that corner. Who is the spokesperson for that group? Mr. Somkit. So Mr. Somkit has been elected on the strength of the sound of his voice. We'll all look forward to this. So for those of you, including me, who cannot possibly read what is on the... Move a little closer until you can see what is going on. And Mr. Somkit will need a microphone.
We have to contribute as well.
So just give people a moment to come a bit closer.
Wow. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Somkit on behalf of the Group 3. You know, Group 3 is really expert for the sharing and brainstorming. I cannot the monitoring all of the output, you know. So, but I try to report some highlights to keyword. If you have some questions or unclear, I have expert here to clarify you. So in our group we have the 8 nationality to talk together. So sorry. So for the first topic to discussion is surveillance data and management. So the first, what should be returning for long term. So the first one, we talk. The one way is humanity capacity for the long term, and second one is good database, and the third one surveillance protocol, and the final one is preserve version of specimen in the storage room for the research in the future for the evidence also. So the second, how you do this in your country is the main for the ASEAN and Plaza PNG Papua New Guinea for the keep the all documentation and sharing among each other in only one platform, because if we play one platform is easy to conducting the documentation, you know. So the next, who will be access to this in the future? So the first priority is stakeholder, but in stakeholder depending on each country, because we have the different 6 or 7 country talk together, and community farmer expert also, exporter and importer. So for the second output is staff training the trainer, and how you make the accessory. This the idea from the Cambodian. So he mentioned for the newspaper, public journal, promote material and link related website, for example STDFs or FAO, for the make accessible. So the second topic in discussion, Australia Pacific Surveillance in the network, is really did you see the detail? So the first one, the sign up to be part of the network. So when you sign up to be part of the network, and then we go to the benefit. So and then we have the latest information and notification from the network. So the new method for the surveillance and identification, and so how to say, gaining knowledge from the expert, and latest activity to related to surveillance. So can we go to the the last one. So can collaborate with the expert from the Australia Pacific to make a develop protocol for our region for the next activity for this project for a long term. And next priority and next prioritization. So prioritization will divide into outputs depending on crop related to market access, because we have the 7 countries. So and we give some example from Cambodia and banana and longans, and Malaysia also to keep the durian and jackfruit to the prioritization. And threaten pest and disease in the country and neighboring country for the high risk for prioritization. So the second, reviewing the priority, from the training and workshop for the latest technology and surveillance, and get the knowledge, the news, potential plant and disease. This is the. Thank you. So. For this topic, how to engage the ministry and community, university, extension officer, farmer, and our country. We divide for the ministry first. So for minister, we need to brief him on pest and disease for the plant biosecurity issue, because to convince the support from the policy maker like a minister, but for the approved action, especially for the funding for running activity, but some national by national strategy, because I think it's really important, because if he suggests directly, the activity will run fast than we do. And so organizing a meeting for community and university and extension of officer and farmer by organizing the meeting initiative, awareness training, enforcement and monitoring for the pest and disease. This is our output for this section. So the last one, and what have you learned from the recent pest recruiting? We get some 2 of pests. The first for the for armyworm, We know the armyworm will outbreak around the 2018 or 19, but we do for the control method and also monitoring too late, and then we will yield loss and economy loss for the farmer and for the stakeholder to who the planting for the corn, baby corn. So that you see the lack of time, not population, including emergency response plan. Because it's really important. If we have the emergency response plan in our nation, we can take the on time before the for armyworm come in the country. So the second one is tomato leaf miner. Unofficial report said tomato leaf miner already report in some country in the ASEAN, but I can talk the name of the country. It's really dangerous. So that means that neighboring country must be ready prepared with the emergency response plan for the tomato leaf miner to become V4 in our country. So this is our output in Group 3. Thank you. Give me a question. I pass to team.
Thank you, Songkit, and thank you for the scribe. Who was the writer?
Very good, very neat and tidy.
Thank you, Songkit. You did a tremendous job. I would like to just add on to point number 1. It's about surveillance data management, but we also discussed in our group that some of the points that we had on the board, like protocols for surveillance, training, preservation of specimens, etc., should be documented. Maybe like we put in so much effort during the project period to put them together to develop protocols for each of the work that we do. We thought that if we put them together in a reporting kind of format and then have them shared, maybe, I don't know where, but we can have them shared so that that can be accessible by others, especially the partnering countries. What for instance, things on banana wilt associated by the plasma, I can put them together and others can also have access to it. So if we want to do something, we don't have to go around and develop something new, but we already have something that we worked on and that can be shared amongst us. Yeah, that's the thing I thought I would want to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Marilyn. Any other comments or thoughts from members of this group? Okay. One observation. Yeah. Here. Unofficial reports. This suggests to me that the early warning system within the ASEAN region not working. That the sharing of information, there are mechanisms that people think exist to do this, but maybe not. And it could be because the systems are not good for the purpose. It could be that people are not sure about the identification. It could be that the countries are not confident in their surveillance capacity. I'm not sure. But I am increasingly sure that the early warning system is not working so well. You can tell me otherwise. Okay, before any more discussions in detail, we can go to the next group and hear what words of wisdom came from here. And here is the microphone. Who has the best voice?
Okay, thank you for the.
You can continue.
Okay lah. Okay. So hello everyone. So I'm representing my group for Group 2, and for the first questions, what should be retained long term from this project? We are thinking of the data and the information that we have collected, that is including the samples. First of all, everyone agree the data has become the baseline or the information, the first informations for the next surveillance and also for the development of the early warning systems for the countries, and also we can suggest that it can also for the regional initiations. And then second one, it can becomes the pest list to show the pest list status of the each countries, and also for the regional itself, as maybe everyone who involved with the ASEAN meetings, we have the pest risk analysis for the some of the high value crops and the specific crops that we are producing for the pest list status, and also for the to show the distributions of the pests. And then at the same time, it can be used to do the proposals and also to produce protocols that can be used and shared, like being suggested by Carol. It can be shared within countries, or maybe we can update in the STDF websites or any platforms that can be accessed by everyone, so that other countries can use the protocols for their use in the countries. And also we can use it for the extension and education materials, and the information is most important for the technical documents market access. I think this is being used by every country. And then same with others, pest risk analysis, and also the photo and the data currently is being kept in the Excel format. So maybe the production it can be produced or maybe kept into a specific database. And also for like us in Asia, we keep our informations either in the Dropbox or in the clouds, either Dropbox or Google Drive. But I think countries have to start thinking of developing their own specific their own cloud, rather than have to spend money more on the Google Drive and also for the Dropbox. And also for the one that of course we need to venture in is publications and papers, and also for the conference. Okay. For the surveillance networks, so this is the possibilities of for the network based on this outcome of the projects. Of course, we have ASEAN as a networking. Of course, we can use them as a platforms, and also we have the regional networks. I guess it is also can be included with the neighboring countries connections and also communications, because for example, like I think the LMV country, they usually have their own platforms of discussions, and like Malaysia and also other countries, we have the bilateral and multilateral platforms where we can discuss specifically, and also we can use also the ANZFTA platforms, which is also will be included with the Pacific countries. So this must of course especially will be very useful for others. And also we have the STDF project websites, and also PlanWise, the Australia Pacific Surveillance Network, which all these network, the approaches will be about sharing protocols, technical documents, manual technology, sharing of technologies, equipments, and also fundraising proposals. So we should venture in all the listed networkings to propose for these approaches. Okay, next one. So in the next questions about the prioritizations. Okay, how you decide the priorities for surveillance in the countries? So our groups have discussed about the 3 items that we should see or think about. First one is about the crop type. Is either the staple food for the region or for the countries, and also for the export, maybe the high value, we call it as a high value crops. Maybe each country have their own high value crops or the focus crops. So they need to think about that before deciding which one to prioritize. And also for the domestic use, this is most important about the food safety and the food security of the country. And also about the pests, to prioritize about the pests, we should see it holistically as for the regional, because as you know, all the ASEAN countries are actually being connected on land. So whatever happens in Myanmar can they can arrive in Malaysia. So even in Indonesia or Philippines, they can flew to other countries. So we should see it holistically first on that, and also we should see about the invasiveness and how it affects the quarantine for the importing countries. That of course will be the focus, and also the economic importance to the countries and also to the importing countries. And also just now, as I said, for the food security and also the food safety of the products. And we should also consider about the alternate host of the pests before we prioritize the pests for the surveillance. And also for the we will need to see about the pathway. Is either from the seed or planting material. Of course, that's the one I think nowadays is very actively being traded. And then about the packaging materials, something that we always forgot about it, because we usually nowadays people use the organic materials for the packaging, and then the plant and animal food products, and also the forest for the natural products like woods and sawn timbers, and also the fresh fruits. So we need to prioritize it. We skip it, sorry. So for the engagement, so we divide it into two, I think. Oh yeah, into two. So first one is the minister, as we discussed. We should, as our experience, based on our, I think every country has experience the effect. We need to show them about the effect of the economy based if the pests come to the countries, because that's what they would like to see, the dollar sign, how they affect the economy. Because the economy, if it is affecting the economy, of course it will affect the well-being of the country, because usually the pests will affect the high value crops and also the staple foods. So this a point that we need to show the minister or the higher management. And also the loss of value from the import and exports, and also the trust through the market access things, so the informations can be used. And also the platform is either through the high level meetings, and also from engagements program for the minister. And for the community and also the farmers, usually they need to see the importance of the pests that we survey, because for them, like like we are discussing, what pharmacy, insect is an insect. They don't differentiate, they don't give high impact much about the species of the insects. What they know is insect is insects. So what's the difference of if there is Bactrocera dorsalis or Bactrocera cucurbitae? Both are fruit flies, and both can be managed with the same method. So we need to give them a different way of explanations, and also the importance in order to show them the impacts of each of the species. Because some of them don't care much, because why I need to know about the different species if you can do it in method of doing or managing the pest. And also for the extension officers is the one who doing the communication with the farmers usually. So what we need to understand is giving the information of the surveillance to the extension officer in order for them to talk with the farmers. And lastly, how important they need to know about how important and the impact and also the control of the pests. But we don't manage to finish the last questions.
That's okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Guy. And thank you to the scribe for the large, neat writing. I enjoyed that. Would anybody else in this group like to add anything to Lila's summary of your discussions? Any extra thoughts?
Just add that the group felt that different approaches when it came to engaging, and they were saying to me that the technical advisor who would talk to the extension officers and universities. Who did you guys say? It's more the technical officers and this level of staff. You would talk to the extension officers to pass on that information. Yeah. And when it came to the universities, who would go and talk to the universities?
For my works last time, that after we get the result, the good result from, for example, for diagnosis, then we have the workshop in our lab, and also I also invite some the lecturer from university and also student to join to work with to join the workshop. Yep. And also sometime the university invite us to presentation to the student that for example how to set up the lab molecular and how to identification some disease by molecular techniques, something like that. Yep.
And so 2 more points. We talked about specimen collections, and everyone commented that their insect collection was fine, but they had issues with plant, fungal, and bacteria. So they had to send some to New Zealand for reference collection. So that was something that they would save. And the other thing was that we didn't quite get to the last one because we had to help out table 1 with tomato leaf miner distribution, the unofficial results.
Yeah, actually when we are discussing the number one, the point with the surveillance networks, so yeah, the question is very good. So when we not have the funds, so how we can interact, and then that's why this a very good approaches comes in. If we have the protocols available, informations available, and we can share among each other, so that we can better utilize this one. And the second thing is that, for example, just reading the protocol is enough to adopt the things. So maybe so there can be an options either through this project or either maybe the next wave we are thinking. Can we develop some kind of videos or training videos and uploading available with all the teams available here? So who are experts in each area from each countries, they can develop these protocols, some video descriptions on this, so that the other countries can benefit from those videos and information and utilize those things. And definitely the regional networks can work well for information sharing. Thank you.
let's move to the last group, and then any questions that you still have in your mind, we can deal with. So we had Mr. Itipon recording in nice, large, neat letters for us, and Cambodia will report.
Thank you. Okay, can take a seat. So welcome to the group number 3. Actually, I'm used to be the representative of the group 3. So I think it's all everything. The both group they talk already. No need to present in here. Yeah. So, however, as you know that for the maintenance of the long term, as you know, through our survey, we need to prepare our protocol, and also during in the protocol that we need to know all in terms of the, I think everybody in here, each country, I think mostly the expert on this field already for the conduct the pest surveillance. So we must to know the location, we must to know the crop, so we must to know what kind of pest that we will conduct the survey. Yeah, and all these things, I think in the through the our pre-tracker or in the record sheet during the conduct the survey, we will collect all the data. So we know the date when we are to go there and who we will conduct the survey or something like that. And besides this, we also collect all the sample back to the our laboratory for identification, and after that we preserve the specimen. Yeah. So the specimen we will put the label. So you will ask why we need to put the label or why we need to keep the specimen. Why don't after you identification and throw the sample away? So indeed, I think most of us we know that is for many purpose. But however, I think one in for the train to the farmer or for the extended people, but other for the market access. In terms we are develop the future, we develop the payly. That is for the market access. So I think everybody that we are hard working in terms of a part to help our economic and also to help our industry in each country. So in terms of that, is I mentioned about the identification, and this through I think many projects that we will support to build up the capacity for the expert, because like in here we need the, if we don't have the expertise on the field for identification, sometimes we cannot develop the payly, sometimes we cannot identify. So we need to prepare ready, and also we need to develop our method for conduct the analysis, because in our laboratory, I think we have a standard, we have the guideline or manual for in terms of the diagnostic. So we follow all this method. So in terms of the how to preserve the sample, yes, for the sample that I mentioned to you already, we need to after we are collecting the identification, and then we put it like follow our standard. That means we prepare all the method or kind of the guideline to keep, and also in the I think in the first day, one of the Thai, our friend Thai here, they wearing the T-shirt, they put the insect museum. That is yes. That is for the our team there for collect, because like this one is not only the inside there, but however we have the code of the each specimen. That is the way that we want to, in the last, can say for a year or next 10 years, after we preserve it, so we know that what kind of the pest we are it from, so which province that we are take to conduct the survey, and we collect it. And also for the record is we will analyze it for is the for economic analysis, and also for in terms of the developed pest list for the market access, so that it becomes the quarantine pest or epidemic pest in our country or something like that. So in terms of this, I mentioned to you, we need to do also for in terms, especially for like all the material. Besides we prepare protocol for conduct the survey, and also after that we need to prepare all the material for the training. And also like I think through the SDI project, it's not only for Cambodia, but I think all our country for implementing this project, we prepare the poster leaflet for our farmer, because like sometimes as I think as our friend they mentioned in the group 1 and group 2 already, that sometimes they do not know what kind of pest, and they only say the pest or insect, but however, and for example like Cambodia, for the brown tispa longissima on the coconut, what the farmer said, they said this problem is from the antenna of the mobile phone. Because in the country have a lot of the antenna of the mobile phone, and then the farmer said, no, this one from that one, that's why it's my coconut now is become brown. Yeah, and then we go to cut the spear of the coconut and sow them. Yeah, it's not from the antenna, it's from this insect. Yeah, they start to recognize on that. So for the pest for the pest surveillance, that is the last, what is very important for each country, besides the our local use for information, for training in terms of pest management. But however, we develop pest list. This one also for the support in the future for the trade. Yeah. So for this, how do we do it in each country? Yeah, for this, as you know already, that we keep specimen in each country. Mostly, I think it's in ASEAN member, can say ASEAN member, as we know, because we have regularly every year have a meeting among the expert working group on phytosanitary harmonization. Mostly for the specimen, we keep at the NPPO of each country, and we can through the SDF project also like can after we conduct the survey, we got all the information, and then we will keep it. But however, we also can share to our in the country, especially for the university, for the research institute, and other for the NGO. Because in here, our team, I think we forgot to mention in an NGO, because NGO is a part for one of organization. They work in the field of agriculture to support the farmer cooperative. So this one also that we can provide to them, and besides the extension. So for the pest record that I mentioned to you. If we have in here, we have our researcher, we have university, we have the senior manager. Is not a minister, but it's a high ranking. That means it's like our DG or deputy director general, whatever. In terms of sometimes they need the information, the pay information when the pay occur in the country. And also beside that is the industry, as our colleague from Lao mentioned, is like banana, they have the fusarium will occur. That is they need the mistake and how to manage or something like that. Besides this, we also use for our extension officer to provide this message to the farmer, to the stakeholder. Yeah. And for the researcher, they need for the number one is information, that means our report, and also the specimen. And university, they also need our report or our protocol in terms, because like you know, as a student for the graduate, they need to prepare for the for their writing the thesis, so they need for prepare the protocol for research purpose. And like private sector and our farmer, they will we will provide some technical document and also the knowledge in terms of the pest management. Oh, still more. So how to take advantage from it? From the network, yeah. So for this one, as you know, is like our colleague, I think from the group 1, group 2, they mentioned already for the network, very important in term, can say example up to now in term of the for lamivomb. In this case, could be we have our group. I think for our project SDDS, for example, like we can share in terms of the protocol that we are prepared, because this one, as Dr. Ian mentioned this morning, that after Cambodia help in terms we conduct the survey for mosquito tea on the cashew nut. Why not Laos or why not Thailand can take this one to in terms of the future if they have some need, and also from Cambodia I need from Laos in terms of the survey on the banana or something, or other from Thai. So we can the future through this advantage we can collect all the information or protocol and put together. And also we also become like the example that exactly that Thai become the house of the organized in terms of the training. Yeah, or other example like we send the message to Australia, can say Australia, and then the expert will come in to help or to learn from us. So in terms of the survey, what kind of the pest that Australian concern. Example like from Cambodia, you know, it's only one giant snail, but they put Cambodia in the blacklist. Yes, it's true. From Australia, then they send the expert to come in. In this regard, that could be we can start up the network and how, because like we can share and can provide some more information for the management. So for the privatization, as you know, that is this one, our purpose of the conduct the survey, especially that, like I mentioned in the before, is up to the country, and also this one we are support beside in the term of the pest management in the local. We know our priority crop, we know our priority market. So this one also we have to collect the most of the crop, and also for the trade. Example like Cambodia right now is Cambodia export longan, cassava, corn, and coming soon that we will start to negotiate the coconut and durian to China. So this one I think is up to the country, because like each country can develop by what the country need. And in terms to have the economic consideration, and beside this, we also concerns mostly the study clearly, because like we must know the invasive species. Example like our project, we would put is a priority pest on our activity, and as you know that up to now the climate change, everything, the environment pest coming up. Yeah, we do not expect this one. So these are the priority that we are need to do. So for the how to engage in the country, as I think we have to listen from our other two groups already, that we need to develop in terms like our project, we develop the video or media. I think it's one more the attractive, because in the public, like our group can do in the field, sometimes organize the training, but only can say 20 or 30 farmers to come in. But if we can provide the shared information through media, that we can go through in the country. Yeah, up to now, I think most of the, can say the country like Cambodia, Laos, can say Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Myanmar, mostly we have the TV forecasting until the countryside. Yeah, so they can get more information. I have the experience one time I worked with through FAO project. I went to the Vietnam, the border is the Vietnam border, I think in Kiên Giang or Tây Ninh province. And then one come of the expert from Vietnam, from the FAO. When we go there, and then I cross the border to Vietnam border, and then when they meet the expert from Vietnam, I said, no, I saw you in the TV. So I think this one that is come up, and then they said, oh, they got that knowledge from the share information from the TV. And now in Cambodia, now we at the Ministry of Culture, they have in the national TV, they have provide some time for the we can put information for the forecasting. So we learn from the fall armyworm is you know this I think it's not only the Cambodia, but it's I think in the whole that we have the warning system, and this one we can take action accordingly, because like you know it's Cambodia since 1988 we have the outbreak by is not fall armyworm but armyworm Spodoptera littera. That means the 4,000 hectares of mung bean it destroyed by Spodoptera littera. So in this that we learn that if we can share in terms of what we can take action before the pest coming. So in this we also have to prepare, that means like all the training material, the method in terms of the like for armyworm in the country. Sometimes we know how to conduct the management in terms we use the biocontrol or something like that. So this also we need have to set up the program for the eradication. I think we are here mostly can say the people work in the field and for the pest management, so we know how to control and how many the population that we take action for eradication or something. All this the method, and also this word is from Dr. Ian. So that means we need to prepare everything in advance for the manage all the pest and disease outbreak. Okay. So if you have any question, our expert on table, they will answer.
Any extra comments from the group? The group has changed. Okay, time is getting on. I have a few general points to make. Does anybody have any questions or comments on any of the presentations? Anything they wanted to say? All right. Valuable information, and we will keep all of this. It's valuable for our assessing outcomes of the project and for thinking about what next. I can perhaps use this one to talk to a few points that I will make. Firstly, with regard to the information that is kept long term, a lot of this data is what you record in the field, and we didn't make a note, of course, of some information which is probably not of great long-term value, like what you had for lunch on a particular survey date, or how much the petrol cost. That kind of thing goes out of date quickly. But these data useful for one purpose or another. In this one here, just regarding specimens, in this data set here, which is the sort of stuff about the individual record, there needs to be some reference to the specimen and like a reference number or a code number that tells the person that a specimen or a sample exists, and then that specimen or sample will be stored somewhere else. It's important to have standards for the material that is saved, standards that describe how material should be handled, preserved long term. How do we do it in each country? A challenge for some countries is that they have a more dispersed plant protection system with functions in different states or provinces. That sometimes creates challenges. Part of the answer to that problem is, I think, that mostly you try to keep the reference specimens in the one place because they are hard to keep and expensive to look after. And any information that is digitized, that is electronic, then it doesn't matter where that is. That you solve the problem by storing it somewhere, but making it available to the users. And that brings me to another point about, this is not complete, but here is a list of at least some of the users. It is necessary, I think, to think about a matrix. So what does the researcher, or what do researchers need? Perhaps they need access to specimens, perhaps they need access to primary data. What does the senior manager want? They don't want to see specimens. They probably don't want to see I know they don't want to see primary data, but they may want to see the reports. That's the kind of matrix you will need to make sense of or make use of this list. one of the problems is the sustainability of the information systems that are developed. Part of the solution to that is institutional policies, and I don't believe that many organizations in the ASEAN region have really come to grips with this, and we struggle with it in Australia. The policies that will enable data, such as you have been compiling in this project, to be maintained in perpetuity. And another aspect to this is that data that comes from outside sources needs to be managed in some way. A principle of managing and maintaining data is that it needs to be used. And herein is part of the solution to sustainability. If you don't make your data resource accessible, if nobody can get at it and use it, then almost certainly I can guarantee that it will wither away and be forgotten. Passwords will be forgotten, databases will fall out of use. But if your data is made as widely available as is possible and is wise, then there will be users out there who want you to maintain it, want your organization to maintain it, and if something becomes suddenly unavailable, they will make a noise, and that will help turn the attention back to maintaining that resource. Oh, the question about what your priorities for surveillance are and how you communicate with people. Perhaps on reflection you would realize, oh, those two questions are related. When you think about the priorities, of course you think about them from your point of view as researchers, departmental people, but when you come to think about engagement with the minister, with the advisors, then perhaps you think, they have some different priorities, and you may need to revisit your list, the previous list of priorities. Here, on one of our priorities also for prioritization, included the environment. So that's a group that is maybe not so well represented here. For priorities, how to prioritize surveillance, it was good to see some progression of thinking. It is very hard to work out how to spend your resources and spend them wisely. I can see the beginnings of good thinking about how to do that. How to do it in an objective way, well, we are struggling ourselves. Early warning and preparedness, there's a risk there for the region. And my final comment is regarding networks. My recommendation is that you try the network that I have just that I described. See if you can get something out of it, and if that doesn't work for you, then develop another one within ASEAN. But if you just sit passively, and all you do is register, for sure you're not going to get much out of it. Okay, so that's my random thoughts. Thank you very much for the time you put into that. I think that was a valuable exercise for me. So now, who wants to rush Roshan with an idea or two? We have Bosi seems to want to attract my attention, and we also need Thailand to brief us on tomorrow. So maybe Bosi first.
Mine is a very small and a quick one. I just want to invite Roshan and tell the participants, if there's anything, ideas that you've got for your country, priorities, ideas, kindly. Roshan is right here.
So is the one we invite.
Yes. And in addition to that, because you may need time to brainstorm a thing, we have just put down papers here with different country names that each of you can jot down really quickly, but maybe Roshan would like to say something about the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that it's been a long day, and the last round of discussions were as useful as they are. I'm sure that the cogs in your brain have worked very hard. So if there's anything that you would like to ask about the STDF specifically, please ask me now. Otherwise, I will ensure that you have my email and contact details, and you can always bounce off ideas or questions or comments anytime that you may have more energy than right now. So yeah, but I mean, I'm taking advantage of my physical presence. If there's anything you'd like to know, I think just keep in mind that if you have an idea, the next deadline is end of December, early January, and it takes from that time for something to go to the STDF working group, which is our board, a couple of months. So something that you conceive today or this week will still come to life in a year. I won't say 9 months because that will sound too close an analogy to other things in women's life, but yeah, it takes about a year to bring an STDF project into the world. I think they have a lot of money in their departments. They don't need STDF support, right? So who's going to share that 1 million with me?
Thanks, Roshan. I have a couple of ideas for countries. Oh, I've lost the piece of paper. Oh, it's up to you. It's up to you. I lost my piece of paper. So we need now to, I think, hear from the organisers about tomorrow, and then Vietnam, Myanmar,
Malaysia,
PNG stay behind for a little bit of small business. But Thailand, would you like to inform us about tomorrow's arrangements? So far, all I know is that I have ordered my morning tea.
Thank you, Mr. Ian. So I would like to tell you the detail about tomorrow trips. Hopefully, unfortunately, we don't have a band along the way, so we don't have time to sing a song. So tomorrow this is the schedule. We will leave from the hotel at 8. So tomorrow we will leave from the hotel at 8. Please don't be late. I will meet you at the lobby at 8, and then the van will pick up us, and we will divide the group as yesterday. The first place that we visit is the garden at Department of Agriculture. Over there we will have a fruit fly trapping and trips collecting if we have time. So, and we will have a morning tea there. Before we move on to the next destination, I would like to invite Dr. Yuvarin to explain what will happen tomorrow in the early morning.
Good afternoon. Actually, I don't want to lecture you, but I just want to let you know what to do next for tomorrow. This is the sampling strategy. Yep. Actually, when we do the collecting for the fruit fly, we have the mass reading of the fruit fly, and we also do the adult lure tapping. But this one is so easy. Yep, you just collect the red fruit and you get that one back to the lab and you just rear it. Yep. That's why it's spent like a month for rearing that one. I don't want to do that one. That's why we decide to do the adult lure tapping. This is the one that we always use. The attractant, we use the Q lure and the methyl eugenol and the latilure and the cabilure. But as you know, we always have the problem with the Kilua. We don't have the Kilua in Thailand, and in so many countries we don't have that one. We have to import it, that one, and it's not so easy to import it one. But yeah, this is the kind of the lure trapping. You have so many kind of lure like this, but yeah, this is the common one that so many countries using that one. But this one is so special. We call that one the bucket trap. You can order that one from Australia or ask Dr. Ian or Carol or Bossy to bring that one for you. We use the bucket trap because, you can put the propylene glycol in this one, and you can save the specimen for doing the molecular work. This one is so special, and this is not so hard to do because you will get like something like this. This is the lure trap, and another one is the methyl eugenol one. Yep. And tomorrow we will divide that into 3 groups. Yep. It's like we already decided, and you can do that one. Yep. And for tomorrow, you will get like the Q lure and also the methyl eugenol, this one. Yep. And this is the thing that you will get for tomorrow. Yes. This is the propylene glycol. We already provide that one for you. Yes, you just pour that one. And tomorrow we will divide it into 3 groups. The first one is my group, and the second one is Ittipon J group, and another group is the Atit. We are the entomologists from the Insect Museum. That's why we're quite familiar with the lure tapping. Yep. Okay, this is the thing that you will get. Yeah, we got the same thing, but this one the yellow color. Yeah, the previous one is the green one. Yes. Not hard. You can just do that one, and yep, we can try to do that one tomorrow. I think 2 traps per country. Yes. Sorry. Yes, this one, yep, we will do that one. It's not so hard. You just like, I think it's half an hour, and 30 minutes it should be finished. Yes. And this is for the trip correcting. Yeah, this is the material that we will use. It's so easy. Ittipon or Jay will show you how to do that one. You can see this is even our colleague, he already retired, but he's still doing that one. Yeah, this is just, sorry. You just, oh, sorry. Yep, you just trap it, you just hit it, and you just see the fruit fly. Oh, sorry, it's not the fruit fly, the trips, yes. Yeah, you can see it. It's very hard, and put in the alcohol. Oh, sorry, actually it's not the alcohol. This is the special one because we call the AGA. It's the complement with the alcohol, the glacial acetic acid, and the glycerin. We use that one because if we use the alcohol, the specimen is quite hard when you want to do the slide. But when you want to making slide, it's very hard. That's why we use this one. And making slide, you don't need to do the making slide, but yeah, we just how to show you how to correct the specimen. And this is the that I told you we already divided. The first one is me, and the second one Jay, and the third one is Atit. And after we go to the field work, we go to the Ayutthaya province. And actually Ayutthaya province you will, before you go into sightseeing, we will go to the lunch at the Surveillance Centara. Sorry, even I'm tired, but the restaurant name is quite hard. Yes, but I'm sure you will enjoy it, and Tang will tell you how amazing of that restaurant.
So when we finished our morning tea at a garden at DOA, then we will travel to Ayutthaya province. It will take about an hour. You can take a nap or maybe making a plan for the future. So this is the destination that we will be tomorrow, Ayutthaya. This used to be our capital city in the past. So Ayutthaya, maybe you can have read. It's about 100 kilometers from Bangkok, about an hour. Should be the traffic, it's okay tomorrow. So when we arrived and we go straight to the restaurant, this restaurant is in the list of Michelin star. Here, Suryan Chantra. Suryan means sun, Chantra is moon. Sun and the moon together here. No honeymoon. So it is said, so we decide the menu for you called the Siam. So the menu you will have for the appetizer, we call Miang Kam, Thung Thong, Chaw Muang, you will know later. And for the main course is authentic Thai fish salad, ห่อหมกปลา มัสมั่นไก่ กุ้งซอสมะขาม ต้มยำกุ้งมะพร้าวอ่อน and dessert as we select fruit. This is Miang Kam. So this is the ingredient. If you allergic to peanuts, I recommend that maybe don't put the peanut in it. The taste would be like you walk in the herbs garden. เปิดได้ไหมคะ This is how you eat it. So tomorrow, don't be hesitant to follow this. You don't need to follow the protocol. You can skip some. The taste is a bit sweet. This is very central menu of Thailand. And put in your friend's mouth. So the taste, don't be afraid about the taste because I'm come from the northern part. The taste is good, but sometimes you will feel like you don't understand about the taste, but it's worth to try. This is another appetizer, Thung Thong, and อะไรนะ ไก่สโรง Thung Thong, Thung is bag, Thong is golden, the golden of bag. ไก่สโรง ไก่ is chicken, สโรง is skirt, so we wear skirt for the chicken. So you will see, you will try to eat it. So this is ingredient. If you like to check. And next one is chaw muang, that steamed flower shape, like tastes like a dumpling, but they make the shape of flower. This is the main course. ปลาโบราณ ปลา is fish, โบราณ ancient. So it will top with a spicy salad, but not that spicy. Look very healthy, right? The next one, ห่อหมกปลา ห่อหมก we cook for something like a steam. ปลา is fish. You will try tomorrow. The main ingredient is coconut milk. You see around that one is เขาเรียกดอกบัวเลยนะ lotus flower. มัสมั่นไก่ I think you already know that มัสมั่น Have you ever tried มัสมั่น before? กุ้งซอสมะขาม deep fried prawn with tamarind sauce. The taste is sour and sweet. ต้มยำกุ้ง already signature, but with มะพร้าวอ่อน is young coconut. Fruit, Thai seasonal fruit. I don't know what it will be tomorrow because it's seasonal fruit. And the drink, there are many selections you can prefer, but we found that it's it's a rule of this restaurant that they will fill up your glasses. If you drink and the level of the water could be half, they will fill up. If you like to change to another menu of drinks, you have to let them know that stop, I'm waiting for the next menu. If you don't tell them, they will keep filling. That one is a butterfly pea flower with lime. The taste is sour, like a lemon juice. The next one is bitter fruit juice. It's sweet, but not that too sweet. Soft drink, you have tried every day, right? And water. And after enjoy the meal, we will move to Ayutthaya Elephant Park and Ayutthaya Historical Park. The first stop, we will stop at Ayutthaya Elephant Park, Elephant Palace. If you prefer to ride on the elephant, just let us know. If you don't want, we will drop you at Ayutthaya Historical Park. For the group that decide to ride the elephant, don't be worried. We will turn around to come to pick you and send you to Ayutthaya Historical Park. We will be here about 2 hours. So if you interested to ride the elephant, you can ask our staff. They have a course of riding the elephant. The elephant waiting for the tourists because they lost their job for a long time. So after that, we will have afternoon tea at Moso Yodia coffee shop. It looks very similar to Japan. No need passport at this place. You can select whatever drinks you like, and after that, we will return to the hotel. If we still have time, we will stop at Premium Outlet. Please make sure that you already exchanged the money. Along the way, if you have a question, we will have staff with you. So the car will divide into 4 vans as yesterday. So staff, please count the number. Before and after should be the same. Okay, this is Elephant Palace, right? The elephant. This is historical park. The landmark is the root of the tree will cover the head of the Buddha. It's huge. It could be take around 2 hours. If you feel tired or would like to have some drink, we will have cold water and soft drink behind the van, every van. That's all. This is Moso Yodia. It look like this. You can take selfie, group photo, and pretend that we are in Japan. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks. Before we close for today activities, I know this is a long day already, but I have to request from Beth Bossi. The first one is regarding your presentation. Please transfer that into Word in the laptop and then submit to the secretariat. Send by email, because that is to be put it in the report. The presentation.
Presentation as PowerPoint or as PDF or not Word?
PDF, okay. This presentation, yeah. This presentation, not country report. This presentation, today activity. There were 3 groups, isn't it? So you need to prepare that.
For these, our team, I think we just grab them and photograph them. These pages.
You took it already? Your group, our group. So
I can photograph.
okay, so many is no need. Okay, because the team is already prepared, so they will do themselves the reporting. Okay, the second one is the one that is ideas, new ideas. I distributed already for each country. So you discuss it among yourself. Then, before the end of the workshop, so meanings on Thursday or Friday, you send it by email to Bosie or Carol or Ian. Send to all, yes, no problem. Please, your idea. So basically it's that, because that is also very important. Yeah. Okay, so that's it. And I hope you enjoy tonight. The money is already there. You go for shopping and spend the whole money. Yes, Carol, yeah.
On the last day, there was a session to talk about ideas. Some countries may have the same ideas.
Hello? Oh. So just talking about shopping, so Bosie and Marilyn and I, we're planning to go over to the Union Mall. Maybe, what time is it now? Okay, so about 5:30, anyone who'd like to spend some money at the Union Mall, you can meet us in the lobby at 5:30, and we're just going to walk over to the Union Mall. Okay, that's it.
Okay, so before that, some of you submitted the taxi fare. Claim to me by today, after this. Otherwise, you have no money. So I will pay you in baht, and then you can spend. Okay? So back to these ideas for future activities, because we will be having discussion on Thursday. So meaning Thursday morning, before that you need to submit. On Thursday. Yeah. So you need to submit that to all of the team on Thursday morning, early morning, after breakfast. That is the latest. Before, the better. Okay? Okay, so thank you very much. It's a long day today. Thank you very much for all of you. Yes, anything, Bosie? Okay, reminder to meet Bosie, 4 countries. Okay, so thank you very much.